Mates patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome again to Guerrilla Cricket. Welcome to the Oval and for the second ODI between England and Sri Lanka. For England, so far, even with injuries and some rest and rotation, it has been pretty much plain sailing. At the Riverside, Joe Root calmly saw England to a 5-wicket win, resisting the temptation to rush and be home and hosed in time for the England and Germany kick-off. Sri Lanka, well, oh dear. The mid-innings confusion as Chaminka, Karunaratne and Vinura Fernando stood at the same end seems pretty symbolic of their tour so far. 3 players sent home, contract disputes, whitewashed in the T20s and 1 down in this ODI series, all under the baleful gaze of one of their all-time greats, Kumar Sangakkara, who when asked, is this the best Sri Lanka have got, was simply lost for words. To look for some crumbs, well, they bowled well. Chameera and Hasaringa have been outstanding, but their batting has badly let them down, with the honourable exception of captain Kusal Perera and indeed Wanindu Hasaranga. We should say, by the way, that this ODI is the ACE ODI in recognition of the Afro-Caribbean Engagement Programme, which began in Surrey and will be opening a third centre in Bristol, a fantastic initiative and actively supported by us at Guerrilla Cricket. I am with a guerrilla statesman of wisdom and renown, Jason Hiscox, who will be on your social duties. Hello, Jason.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And locked down somewhere in Melbourne, in front of his bookcase, is Ian Forthy. Hello, Forthy.
Hello. Yes, I'm self-isolating.
You're self-isolating. Oh.
Appropriate for cricket comments. Yes, I'm just back from Queensland. I got thrown out of Queensland.
Thrown out of Queensland. Well, the toss and team news. Toss, of course. First, England won it, and Owen Morgan says, "Thank you very much. We'll have a bowl." No real surprise. I think all the T20s played so far at the Oval this season. Jason, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. But I think they've all been won by the chasing side, haven't they?
Pretty much. I'd have to go and check. I've been to most of the home games, but not all of them. There have been a couple of rain-outs, which have not helped matters. But I think for the completed games, yes. I think if you win the toss, you bowl first.
Yeah, I think that's very much the template that has been followed by Owen Morgan. Let's give you the teams anyway. A couple of changes for England. Jason Roy back on his home patch after that injury he had. He was opening with Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, Owen Morgan, Sam Billings, Moeen Ali, a brace of Currans, Sam Curran and Tom Curran, again on their home ground. David Willey, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. So Milan, of course, has had to go home or is headed home for personal reasons as yet unknown or unpublicised. And Chris Wokes, as England vow not to rest and rotate, are immediately resting and rotating the bowler who bowled best up at Durham. Sri Lanka, a few changes again. Let's just quickly go through those. Kusal Perera, Pathan Nissanka, Avishka Fernando comes in, Dhananjaya De Silva, Wanindu Hasaranga, Dasan Chanaka, Charis Asalanka, Chamika Karunaratne, Binura Fernando, Dimush Chamira, who's very much impressed, and Asita Fernando. Well, gentlemen, goodness me. Let's start, Forthy, with you. 3 players sent home, a year's ban, potentially, hefty fines. Excessive or reasonable?
Felt a bit excessive, but maybe their strategy was the rest of the team will bind together better, and it'll be the old not so much no one likes us, but a bunker mentality of everybody sort of rallying around. We're in a corner and we're going to fight our way out of it. If those 3 guys want to do that, then off you go. I mean, rank stupidity, but granted that context, well, they've got absolutely nothing to lose. But I mean, it's very hard to see a way through this, isn't it? It's almost tragic to see Sri Lankan cricket reduced to this. But here we are. I must say hello to Jason, who I don't think I've been on with before. So hello, Jason.
Hello. I was just going to say on that point. It's so disappointing because it was so predictable. These are people with previous for doing exactly this and breaking quarantines.
Certainly,
but also
gonna have to like her.
It's also disappointing because it was 3 of the most experienced players in the side. They've lost a lot of experience as a result.
Indeed, that is very true. Anyway, the players are out. The openers are ready. It's Pathan Nissanka. Let's jingle up them, and it looks like
and this car should drive very smoothly.
Another keeper batsman snuck out of the country. One of the replacements in a Sri Lankan blazer. Their bowlers broke down, so what do they send? Another keeper batsman to join all his friends. Colombo's a go-go, but now he's in Soho. Poor little Pereira. Kusal Perera likes to attack.
Billy's in.
Kusal Perera don't like to slack.
And Pathan Nissanka just drops this away into the offside, and there is no run. Man from Northants. Good and tight. Toss, remember, won by England. Bit of concern possibly for Theo on Owen Morgan's form. Hasn't really managed to score in 15, has he?
15 must be up to 16 by now.
In comes David Willey, and cut straight to backward point by Nissanka. It's a warm round of applause from Moeen Ali in the slips.
You think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angels? His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
There is our David Willey jingle, and he's going to be in, left arm over, driven through extra cover quite magnificently. Sri Lanka are up and running, and Nissanka has a very stylish ball.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Jason, we can expect runs, can't we? The Oval, always pretty much good for runs.
Depends on the pitch, to be fair. It's good for runs, but in the T20s they've been playing on turning wickets, so that may not, if that's a similar wicket they've prepared today, which I don't understand why they would, but that would.
You know. Willie's in, gets some swing there. He shouts for LBW. It's away, and it's been given. Now, immediately reviewed by Nissanka, and Forthy, what do you make of that?
Well, if he's immediately reviewed it, which suggests an inside edge. Otherwise, you'd consult. But if he hasn't got an inside edge, it looked pretty good.
Also, the first one that Willie's really got to swing, I think.
Yeah.
He definitely got some movement in the air, and also a little bit of nibble off the seam. It's a massive inside edge. It will not be out. Spotted
there we are.
from about 12,000 miles away by the eagle eyes of Ian Ford.
Hit the cover off that one. He's actually he's got 100. He scored 100 on his Test debut, Nissanka. So there's obviously something there to work with.
No, he absolutely did. 103, which he got at North Sound, I think, versus the West Indies. Only averages about 11, just over 11 in ODIs going into this series.
Yes.
Now, won't necessarily have been improved after Durham. That one does swing in, and this time he does push it more conventionally into the onside to square leg. The ball before.
Should we be expecting early swing, Jason, in white ball cricket at the Oval this season?
A little bit, yes. I mean, they've got some good players who can swing the ball. Like Jameson's now been playing for them from New Zealand for the last couple of games, and a couple of other players who can swing the ball, like Atkinson. But yeah, there's definitely potential for swing there.
That's one. And Willie actually did really well. It was driven back. Would have possibly hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Willie thrust down a big left paw and was able to stop that happening, restrict the runs. We're just having a quick look at the teams again. He's certainly got some early swing, has David Willey, I think, there, Jason. Tell us who's with us, though, on our various social platforms.
We'll be joined by Leah. She says, greetings. She just had a vaccination, so she's feeling okay.
To get it or keep it off, then I've got news for you. Because no matter how many times you've heard you need to eat less and exercise more,
what does that mean?
What
is that, Forthy?
If you have this problem.
You got some sort of self-help video going on there.
I must apologise. I have no idea.
It could have been a lot worse. What might you have been listening to? Broadcasting to several million people. I mean, that actually sounded fairly tame. We're going to see anyway. Son of Surrey. Well, he's not really a son of Surrey, is he? He's a son of... one of the Currans was born in this country, though, and one wasn't. Jason, you probably know better than me. But it is going to be Sam Curran.
Sam was born. I think the other two main... Well, Ben might have been, but I think Tom was definitely born in South Africa.
Okay, well, Sam Curran is going to be in, and he's bowling to Kusa Pereira. First time on strike for him. And he pushes that away very nicely. Sam was born in Northampton.
Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing features? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Starts with the dot ball. Yeah, he was born in Northampton. It was brother Tom who was born in Cape Province. Get some swing. Now that's a huge shout, and immediately that goes up, and that one for the Eagle Eyes from Melbourne. I think that's about as salmon trout as you can get, isn't it?
I'd say.
Gonna review it anyway.
I mean, he has to really, doesn't he? There's not much more to come.
Well, England think they've got their man there, and it was quite noticeable with Willie. Bear from the green room is putting his finger up.
I think he came very tentatively around the pitch, rather shamefacedly to check. Let's have a look.
Here we are. There is probably the Watford gap between the man from Northampton and his
It's
bat.
a poor shot. I think the only thing that could be saving him is height, but I can't see it. I think
Then it
that's
could be
hitting the
umpire's
top of
call.
middle.
The umpires. Who are umpires?
To
Richard
Pass
Kettleborough
call on
and Michael
height, I
Goff,
think.
Yeah, it's
Oh, no.
No, hitting 3 reds, and Kusal Pereira, who had batted so well in Durham, really was all that stood between England and being showered, feet up, and watching the national anthems, let alone the start of the game. But in actual fact, Kusal Pereira batted really well, but not today. He's faced just 2 balls, and he was absolutely plumb LBW to one that swung in for Sam Curran.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
No doubt about that, Jason. Who else have we got on Facebook or YouTube or Twitter or Hot Mic or sending carrier pigeons? What have you got?
Dan's joined us. Mog's joined us. He says Melbourne to fourth here. That Melbourne is the only place in the country that isn't under brutal Stasi-like lockdown at the moment.
It is.
That's very true.
Have you two actually managed to arrange for a beer yet? Fourthie with Mog. Last time we were discussing reaching out of a window and just shouting and hoping somehow Mog was going to pick up the sound of your sort of Tarzan-like holler.
It's a lovely idea. I'd love to meet it.
And Brian Barrister joined us. Said, good day, good morrow, good friends. Great timing as the AFL game has just ended. And he's celebrating little things like it not being as hot as hell in his location.
Well, that's very good to know. I know that's getting it badly up there. Sorry, Forty.
I was going to say it's nice not to be Australia's pariah in Victoria at the moment. There was a joke doing the rounds that
we'll just hold that as Avishka is forward and guides this very nicely between cover and extra cover. There will be fielded well short of the boundary, but he will get himself off and running with a single. Will Avishka Fernando played that very tidily indeed into the offside. The right-hander. We're just having another look at the absolute plum dismissal of Kusal Pereira. The review for which, other than just the fact it was Kusal Pereira, seemed utterly pointless from a Sri Lankan perspective. Sorry, Jace, what else have you got?
Jay Grover joined us, says morning all, and Farong says greeting from a lockdown Bangladesh. And then he also asked a question.
And it's another big shout and then gone again. And Avishka this time once more. Up goes the Rob Bailey finger. That looked equally plumb. Massive swing again from Sam Curran. Again there is a review. And again, Forthy, that looks a review born out of desperation rather than hope.
If it was possible for a ball to be more out than the previous one, then this is the ball.
Does it pitch? It pitches.
Oh, hang on.
I think it pitches on. Okay, well, it might just be sliding down leg. I think it pitched on middle and leg, erring towards leg. And
it's far more touch and go. Far more touch and go than I previously anticipated. It's because he got so far across, he fooled me there.
He did.
Might be just umpire's call on hitting wicket, but
it's
not going to go. It's not going to go over. It's very full.
No, it was a very full.
It's not looking good, is it? It's out.
Gone.
It's out.
The review is lost.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid the second wicket is down for Sri Lanka. It's not a great return to proceedings, it's a very difficult start for Sri Lanka. This is not what they would have wanted by batting. Sam Curran had absolutely no doubt. Both he and Willie have got no small amount of swing. But it's Sam Curran that's done the damage. 2 wickets for him. Avishka Fernando gone for 2. Faced just he faced 2 balls. And
it's a shame actually,
6 for 2.
I was warming up to read Avishka Fernando's full name, and now he's gone out. But I'll read it anyway.
Do it anyway.
Wirahandinga Inol Avishka Fernando. Wirahandinga. Now there's some handle, isn't it, for your first name?
Well, I can tell you it took longer to read than his time at the crease.
Yes.
Today, so it's probably just as well you did it retrospectively. Bear wants to play something.
Get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me.
Not a great start. 6-4-2. They've won, I think, out of 14 ODIs at the Oval. They've won 5 Sri Lanka. They did win one during the World Cup, of course.
They did.
They did.
Yeah.
They beat...
a big surprise, that was.
They did. Curran's in. That's nearly gets through the gate. Whoa. That's nearly another wicket. Curran, I must say, is fantastic. Shall we jingle up the new batsman there?
Came here from Sri Lanka as an old...
Curran's in, driven straight to cover though by De Silva. Dhananjaya De Silva, the right-handed stylish shot.
He is a million miles from home. Says I won't let the pace
I think we've frozen again.
They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva maybe.
The Silva was getting a good write-up by Kumar Sangakkara in the build-up to this game, so we shall see.
I think Tony's frozen, hasn't he?
Oh, Tony has frozen. Yeah, okay, we need to step in, don't we?
Yes.
Well, this has got all the makings of a perfect storm. It's rather sad to say, and I hope it doesn't work out that way. But with the ball swinging, good control from the bowlers, and a very, very fragile and brittle Sri Lankan lineup. Let's hope it doesn't turn out that way. So that was that's Nissanka.
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it, or what?
Do you want to take over, Bear, and I'll fill him around the edges?
Okie dokie, I shall do. It looks troublesome for Sri Lanka. I missed the under on the second wicket. It went so quickly, which is really annoying.
I was going to say to Bear, have you put your bets in yet? And talking of bets, has people put anything in on the GPL yet, where they predict the score?
We've got 2 hours of GPL today. I might have to cut it short if Sri Lanka does that bad. Let me just get it open as Willie comes in to bowl, and it's forced out in the offside by Nissanka, but only as far as cover. There's a strong cover umbrella field. There's backward point, there's forward cover, extra cover, and a mid off. So they've got that pretty well covered.
And if you do want to play the GPL, then go to our website, gorillacricket.com, go to competitions. You'll have to register, and then you have the opportunity to put in your predictions. It's a pound a go. What's the pot at the moment, Bear? Oh, Bear's on a call.
Bear's on the phone. So that was Willie coming in, left arm over, no swing this time, and just patted away onto the offside. No run.
I'm back. I've actually commentated the last ball, but I didn't realise that I had both my camera off and my microphone on. But the cat thought it was magnificent. Hugely impressed. Willie going to be in again, bowling to Nissanka. That's down leg, and that'll be a wide. Skipped to by Johnny Bairstow, but that will be 1 to the score for Sri Lanka. Willie will be a little bit disappointed with that. Lost his range a wee bit there. Wide. Sri Lanka will move on to 7-4-2.
Yes, I was just saying that in Australia, the joke about Victoria, COVID in Australia, everybody's trying really hard, like a Spice Girls reunion, except Victoria.
Oh, very good. Willie in from the pavilion end, and this is cut to backward point. Well, there's a man down there. It's Adil Rashid. Bowled. He was quite expensive, actually, up at Durham, wasn't he, Rashid?
He got tonked by
Wanindu, was it Hasaranga?
Wanindu, I think.
They were the only 2 players there that really made a score for Sri Lanka, so it had to be either him or Pereira, and I think it was Hasaranga who tucked him to him a wee bit. Willie's got 1 ball left of his second over. He turned at the top of his mark and then realised that Dhananjaya De Silva wasn't ready So he had to turn back and start all over again, which he will now do. It's in, left arm over. That one swings again, but it's nicely played off his legs by De Silva. It's way down to mid-wicket. There is a man hot in pursuit, and what a chase that was. They will get 3. Mark Wood completed the fielding. Forthy, could you see who that was that was really herring after that? I think it was Tom Curran, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, under that
Yeah,
cap there. He's got the cap and glasses.
He did. And he absolutely pounded after that ball. Flung himself, and he saved his spider run. So very well done him. Curran's keen to be in the game. Sam, of course, with 2 very early wickets.
Some socials.
Yes. Mog says, Jesus wept. I go away for a few minutes and Sri Lanka have already fallen arse over. Martin Lawrence says, Sri Lanka have had a successful review and lost both reviews after 10 balls. I think that would be close to a record.
Well, yeah, they've actually had 3 reviews.
That's what he says. He says one successful and two unsuccessful.
Quite
so
right.
That's all reviews.
Sam Curran will continue, and this one's slanted across Dhananjaya De Silva, who will lead. Bairstow
I have to say that the two balls that did get the Sri Lankan batsmen were very good balls. I mean, they would have tested any top
full and swinging
batsman.
Both full and swinging.
Absolutely
did the job.
No disgrace to get out.
No. As in the words of Yes, yours was no disgrace to be out for those. 11 for 2. Not a great start for Sri Lanka. That one takes a bit of an edge by De Silva. I think it's all going to be freezing again. This is going to be a nightmare. I'm going to have to reboot the router.
You're okay. We can see you.
Yeah, but he's getting choppy video, I imagine. Whilst he's doing that, I'll just say good morning to Daniel Keevy and Daniel Capel, both of them on YouTube. Hello, guys. Nice to see you with us. And quick check on the other socials.
Tone's frozen. I guess I'll come in again. Carry on. This is all a bit chaotic to start with, eh? Carry on, Jay. Sorry.
Brian Cusack said, scared the crap out of me. The laptop commentary was exploding with the best expletives. Took me a while to realise it was the previous game.
Whilst you've been reading that tweet out, one has gone straight through the gap as Nasanka has tried to work into the leg side. Another beautiful in-swinging full delivery, played all around it, bold middle stump. Oh dear. But I got another bet in, but that's good. But other than that, this is pretty appalling by Sri Lanka.
Oh dear, yes, the gathering storm is gathering.
Gathering big, isn't it? I guess now's the time to be asking, what's the lowest ever score in an ODI?
Yeah.
This is a shocking performance. You always kind of felt. I mean, to be fair, Dhananjaya De Silva is a fairly decent batter. I've seen him bat. He's a nice batsman. He's got a little bit of experience, but we're already down.
Yeah, he's tall. He looks very languid. He plays lovely drives.
He is a quality bat, from what I remember of seeing of him. And Hasaranga's a fighter, and he's the man in now. But you have to wonder.
Okay, lowest scores in ODIs. Zimbabwe against Sri Lanka, 35. So they've still got some way to go. And the more top level teams, Pakistan got a 43 against West Indies once, and Sri Lanka got a 43 against South Africa once, but they've got a way to go.
Yeah, Jesus. They have, but they are 12 for 3 in the 4th over. It's quite frightening, and you kind of feeling if they get through. Hasaranga had a decent knock the other day, but I mean, these two have got to be the last hope, haven't they? Get through these two, and it could be appallingly disastrous for them. Curran is going to continue. He's 3 for 3 in 1.3 overs, and Asalanka is forward and defends that into the offside. And there ain't no run. Asalanka. Who's Asalanka? The problem is all their names change.
Yeah. There's been 3 changes for this match. You'll have to just forgive me while I beef up on Lanka a little.
I've got to find a jingle for him. I can't find a jingle for him. Is he even in the squad? Oh no, Cherry. See, this is it. Sometimes they have first names on their backs, and sometimes it's their second names. That's another swinging delivery, outswinger to the left-handed Lanka, and there is just no run. Tony is back, and I'm going to play a jingle for this guy because I'm going to chill out.
Okay.
See the young man make great strides, captain the U19 side. No more wait for debut. Cherry's coming out.
That's dropped in short, attempted cut by Asalanka. Last ball of the over, goes through the keeper, and there's no run. Tone's back, so he's going to take over for me. This is all a bit nightmarish.
Well, fingers crossed. Yeah, I keep getting that Zoom cutting out, but my whole internet disappeared for a while. So I'm wondering if it's that more than Zoom on this occasion.
Shall I go through some more socials?
But by all means, do that. Yeah. I missed a wicket, obviously, and another one for Sam Curran, I believe.
Yep. Leah says that Sri Lankan players should refund the spectators if this turns out to be a short T20 for the price of an ODI. Brian Barr says Sri Lanka on a pace for 66 all out. Boy, these unexpected T20s are awesome. I don't.
Yes.
Leah says I can't decide what's more unstable: the Lankan batting or the Gorillas' instant internet connection.
I think they're on a par with one another at the moment, as Willie will continue in that one. Sort of played really as if he was looking for in-swing, did De Silva, and it just carried on, slanted across the right-hander.
It's got that awful feeling.
Back out of the way.
Awful feeling of watching the under-12s when you're expecting a wicket every ball at the moment, isn't it? I'm afraid to say.
Well, yes, it's been a hard watch, all for cricket fans really, as well, probably as particularly Sri Lankan fans. 2 slips in place for Willie. That one's short and wide and cut, but cut straight to cover, and once more there will be no run. So 12 for 3. Sri Lanka going along at a pretty pedestrian run rate. In fact, what is their run rate? 2.76. I think they're not exactly motoring along, are they?
No.
But Sam Curran has bowled quite magnificently. You have to say he has quite superb. Willie going to be in once more. Left arm over, worked off his legs, worked straight to mid wicket though, and again there is no run.
I'm guessing that
sweeping up.
This Sri Lankan team probably doesn't see a great deal of high quality swing bowling, and hence their technique is really being put to the sword, particularly the debutants, of which we are watching another in Charith Asalanka.
We are. The best thing that could be said for him so far is he's still there.
Yeah.
As Willie is in bowling to De Silva. That's a huge shout as well this time. There's a very determined shake of the head, thoughtful look from Willie to his captain Owen Morgan, and I think Owen Morgan's deciding that on that occasion it wasn't worth the review. Probably pitched outside leg, and in fact he stepped back as well, so his pad was outside leg. Probably optimistic from David Willey, once of Northants, of course. David Willey, like his dad, Peter.
He doesn't look much like his dad, I always think.
No, he doesn't quite so much. That one's down leg, flick by De Silva, doesn't get anything on it. It will be given as a wide by umpire Kettleborough.
Wide.
His dad was more wiry, wasn't he? He was more sort of steely and northern.
He was, yes. I always remember him as more a maker of 40s and 50s, not huge scores.
I think the word
for Northants. That's uppish, doughty indeed. I think that was a doughty shot. It was lofted by De Silva, up over long on, and it's brought in 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, he really did climb nicely into that. And it was just in the slot for him, really, 4th, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, there's no problem with that shot at all. And maybe in some ways, attack is the best form of hitting themselves out of this, just to knock the shape out of the bowlers a little.
Willie in again. De Silva, you heard the groan from Jason G. Hiscox, because that one swung and then just nipped off the seam and just went straight through him and probably missed the top of off stump by an inch. Fantastic delivery, but survive he does, and we'll catch up with some more social media messages.
Yep, Farong says, well, yesterday ended the 78-day local beer drought here in Sri Lanka. 78 seems a long way off now for Sri Lanka. Martin Lawrence says, what's going on with Sri Lanka cricket at the moment? This tour is just sad now.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
And Mog says, looks like we won't be seeing Sri Lanka in the next World Cup. Yes, they have to qualify, I think.
They will,
and they are in maybe not in a position to.
Sam Curran in again. And that's Bouncer. And Rob Bailey says that's going to be given as a wide. So that's the third wide England have conceded.
I do think that another way of looking at it is that Sri Lanka have consistently punched above their weight for the last 20-25 years or so, and maybe they're sort of reverting to the mean. They're a very small country, in war-torn, had terrible trouble, poor infrastructure, poor cricket infrastructure.
Indeed, I can tell you a little bit in a moment as we wait for a moment. Sam Curran's in. Asalanka, who's taking a little bit of time to try and acclimatise himself, pushes it into the offside. There's no run. We have an article on our website last night, kind of reflecting on the state of Sri Lankan cricket, rather asking the question whether the harshness of the potential fines for what were called the terrible trio was directly linked to the government and Sri Lankan cricketing authorities wanting to be distract from the fact that they've really created something of a mess in the sort of the national game structure there. But read that for yourself and let us know what you think. We'll find it on our website as Curran's in. That takes an outside edge. 3 slips and a gully for an ODI would suggest that England feel they might be able to get this job done quickly. What's lowest score in England and Sri Lanka games? 67 is the thing they've got to try and pass Sri Lanka. 67 was the lowest ever score.
I think Sri Lanka once got 43 against the West Indies.
They did. I was looking at games against England as Curran's in. That swings and it's played nicely off his toes by Asalanka. It's away through mid-wicket. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be hauled in. And he will should get 3 for his trouble there. He does. So it gets him off and running.
They just had
very welcome runs for him.
And just had a chart of the swing, and I think I couldn't see whether it was Sam or Tom Curran, unfortunately, but 2.6 degrees, which is a lot for swing.
Tom doesn't bowl that much swing. He's more of a seam bowler, but Sam gets appreciable swing.
Well, as we've seen, and it's got him 3 wickets today. All with absolutely terrific deliveries. 21 for 3. Sri Lanka trying to rebuild, trying to make a game of this. That's short and wide and punched by De Silva to point. But there is no run. We're in the 6th over.
It'd be nice if the Currans kicked on a bit from here, and it's no fault of their own that they've hit quite a good period of English cricket, but and they would have been sort of fixtures in some periods of English cricket. But it would be nice to think that Sam Curran takes confidence from this.
No, that is very true. 21 for 3. Curran in again. That swings and it's met nicely and solidly by De Silva. Once again, pushes to cover. There's no run. We're looking at, somewhat in shadow, and his cap drawn low over his eyes. Mickey Arthur, who really has the look of a desperate man. Sorry, Jason.
It's going to be interesting to find out where they're actually housing the Sri Lankans today, because for the most recent games at the Oval, their opposition to be housed in the JM Finn stand.
Curran in again, way into the offside, no run.
And not their usual away changing rooms, because they're too close to the home team for COVID purposes.
Okay. Well, that's the end of that over. Curran has 3-4-7. He's got all of the 3 wickets to fall this morning. Nisanka, who was bowled, Pereira, and Avishka Fernando, who were LBW, De Silva, and
he's frozen again. I was doing some social. Matthew,
do some socials. Thank you, Jason.
He's gone for an optimistic GPL guess of 225. He's very much hoping this lasts longer than the average T20. I'm sure we all are. And Farong says Russell is taking revenge at Tony Bishop, changing the bird feeds by tampering with the internet wires, perhaps. How is Russell today, Bish? Well, Bish sadly can't answer to us, and that's in from Willie. That's forward, and it's well defended by Lanka, and there's no run.
I'm back on. I'll take over on the ball by ball.
Thanks, Ben.
It's Tony's. Obviously, we have this problem at 10 o'clock every night at our house. I swear there's Bitcoin miners in South London, and they just chew up the internet at times. Willie is in. Floats that one up outside the off stump, tempting Asalanka, who isn't tempted, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's a problem with all these people working from home, isn't it?
It is. They just eat up all the residential bandwidth.
Absolutely.
You can fill up a little bit of time by giving you Asalanka's full name. Karyawasam Indapalaje Karithasalanka.
Wow.
That's a short name by Sri Lankan standards.
Is. Chaminda Vas was the absolute classic.
Well, Harath, who had 6 initials.
That's defended quite nicely from the crease by Asalanka, from David Willey out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. They've moved on to 21.
My European now says hello from YouTube, and we welcome you.
Well, welcome to you all. As we see,
just seeing John Major, that'll upset you.
Well,
there.
Well, he was a sane Tory, Jesus, compared to what they have now. They're all absolutely batshit crazy now. Willie is in, and it's defended out to cover to where Sam Billings is fielding, and there is no run. They seem to have settled into being, well, Asalanka certainly being very defensive. De Silva's blazed a few shots,
and we're also joined by Aryan Raj on the Cricket Tracker India feed.
Hello to all our Cricket Tracker India people. Look, Tony's back yet again. Let's see, he'll appear any second. Willie is in, pulled airily and caught. Asalanka has gone. Sri Lanka are 21 for 4. He got no timing on that whatsoever. It's dropped in short, and probably a toe end. It had no pace, and it just blocked up. Who caught that? I didn't see who caught that.
That would be
Owen Morgan at mid-wicket.
Quite possibly, yeah.
We're about to
he
find
actually
out.
got it up on the splice, and it was caught. Banton.
That's Garton.
Garton.
George Garton
is recognise him.
He's on as a substitute for somebody.
Well, he's got himself a catch, and a wicket has gone down, and Sri Lanka are all over the place.
21 for 4. I tell you what, every time I have an internet problem, they lose a wicket. Is there
it's always a little bit exciting when records might tumble, and if ever we're going to get a lowest ODI score, there's got to be a good chance today. It was rather exciting when Australia getting bundled out by Stuart Broad at Trent Bridge, I think it was, wasn't it? You thought,
Trent Bridge.
Could we get
it was.
Could it be the lowest ever Test score? It's on the cards, but unfortunately, I think the 9th wicket put 20 or 30.
Yeah.
All I'm thinking at the moment is for an Angelo Matthews to come in at this moment.
Yeah, indeed.
Well,
very sadly missed.
Yeah, I know, very much so.
The Akond of Watt comes in and says, "Do you think Morgan will be enforced to follow on?"
Well, we're going to see when Indo Hasaranga. He covered himself in relative glory up at the Riverside. We're going to give him a jingle.
It all slides away, but don't look back, Hasaranga. I heard you say.
Indeed. Can he somehow arrest the decline that Willie and Curran have inflicted upon Sri Lanka? Willie is in. He's driven straight to short mid-on. And there will be no run. 21 for 4. 7 overs completed. Sri Lanka in the mire. England, well, more than on top. And Jason, what have you got?
Mog says, I don't really enjoy seal clubbing, so I'm not sure how much longer I can listen to this. And Farong says there's an image saying, today's menu at the Bear Cave is whiskey with iced croutons.
Ooh, very tidy.
Yes.
Bear's having his lunch from what I can see. I don't know what he's got.
Leah says, no, Bear, Sri Lanka are not all over the place. A lot of them are back in the changing room.
That's very true. Very true. 21 for 4 they are.
And Jeff Perkins says,
go ahead.
The way Tony's ISP treats him is brutal.
It is, as Karen is in, and this is cut to point, and there is no run. Remember, this is the Royal London ACE International to celebrate the work of the ACE programme.
One of the little things you have to get used to in Australia is not the changing room. It's either the rooms, plural, or the sheds.
Oh, sheds. I know the sheds expression, yeah.
The rooms, there's only ever one room. They still call it the rooms. It's just
Curran's in again. That one's whipped nicely off his legs by De Silva. Down to deep backward square, gets a single.
Gary Grover says, I upset far fewer people using bandwidth working from home than I would do if I was in the same room as them. An absent employee means less opportunity to demonstrate my total lack of interpersonal skills.
Well, you interact with us, Jay, with a degree of skill, I think. 22 for 4, 3 for 8 for Sam Curran. He might be sniffing a fifer. And he's bowling from, is it the OCS end now? Or just the Vauxhall end? It's just the Vauxhall end, isn't it?
I'll come into after this ball.
That's driven beautifully away through cover. There's 3 fielders there. 2 of them set off in pursuit. He's not actually going to make it all the way there.
Quite middle it.
Will get himself 3. No, it looked, he timed it quite beautifully. Jason Roy, also of course on his home patch, went barrelling after it. But it wouldn't have made it all the way.
To answer your question, it's the Vauxhall end, the Harleyford Road end, it's the OCS stand end as was, it is the JM Fin stand as is, and it was for very briefly the 175 stand end.
Well, for me it's the Vauxhall end. It's always
make
been
of it what you will.
Well, the Vauxhall end will do for me. As Sam Curran is in, short, pulled by De Silva. That he will get 4 to down to deep mid wicket. What a superb shot.
One, 2, 3, 4.
And I think fourthly, if you've been getting all your success, pitching it up and making it swing, possibly bowling it short is not necessarily the ideal delivery. But he tried it and it didn't work.
Wouldn't be at all surprised if he puts that away for good now. There's no point.
Well, we'll see. No, he's tried another one, and this has been pulled away through mid-wicket, and it's going to be 4 more. Sam, are you hearing us, Sam? I think there's a problem with Sam's in-ear internet connection.
2, 3, 4.
Otherwise, he'd know we're screaming at him. What are you doing that for?
I suppose that was bowled on the basis of what will he least expect now. I know another bounce.
The same daft ball that I bowled the ball before. He won't be expecting that. That'll fool him.
Surely not.
And there's a Sri Lankan fan in the crowd. He's punching the air with glee. Small straws to hang on to. Oh, and that bottom is bottom edged by De Silva and nearly played onto his own stumps. You know why? Because he pitched it up and full and it swung a bit. What can you do? It's 8 overs complete though, and it's 33 for 4. Jason.
Stan Weiser on YouTube says Bishop versus Router will be more competitive than England versus Sri Lanka. Yes. Stephen Kelk says, good afternoon, Gorillas. I was hoping for a competitive game, but just tuned in and heard 23 for 4. And Jeff Thomas says, I arrived 6 overs late, and the graffiti is already on the wall. Sri Lanka 4 down? question mark? Yes, it's not a question mark. It is an actual fact.
They are 33. They're 4 down to the tune of 33. Sam Curran has 3 for 19, and David Willey 1 for 14. And it's been a pretty dire procession from a Sri Lankan perspective. Although these two, De Silva particularly, is looking like he could do something about that. He's got that a bit inside edgely away through mid wicket.
Yeah, you've got to say. I think if anyone's going to stage a recovery, it's got to be these two, and I think both of them have. I don't know if you two chaps agree, a bit of something about them. I think there's a bit of confidence, a bit of front foot stuff here.
Well, Hasaranga certainly. He's the lower of the two scorers, but obviously he's the newer man at the crease. He's 5 off 3. But De Silva's also looked quite tidy, slightly less than a runner ball, but given what they're recovering from, you'd expect that. Willey in. And that's full and swung and pushed straight to Mark Wood, who's at mid-on, and Mark Wood, being Mark Wood, has to fall forward and face plant in fielding it. Probably just prepare. That might be his bowling warm-up. That might be his signal to Owen Morgan to say, I'm ready, Skip, bring me on. I'm just practicing my nose plant.
Well, they've just got to be sensible. So, go ahead, Jason.
I was going to say, interesting to think that Hasaranga, with 20-odd internationals, is probably the more experienced player here. And even 20 internationals is not a huge amount in today's age.
David Willey in again. He's down to 1 slip now, and that's down leg, and it should be given as a wide. Bairstow looks a little miffed. Umpire Kettleborough spreads his wings.
Wide.
I suppose that is the risk. You're going to get that sometimes if you are looking for those booming in-swingers. You're going to get a few that just do that a little bit too much and head off down leg.
It's risk reward, isn't it?
It is risk reward. You are absolutely right. Although the short ball is just risk. This one is squirted off an outside edge by Hasaranga down to third man. He will jog a nice easy single. And 1 to his score, moves on to 6, 37 for 4.
Pirate Badger says, this might be a slightly cruel thing to say, but I'm keen on England hammering New Sri Lanka here, as it helped Ireland avoid that dreaded 13th spot in the ODI Super League and potential relegation.
Yes.
That's a fair point.
I think England are top of the, even though, from what I believe from last time I looked, England are top of that Super League.
I'll add to this after this ball.
Well, that would be great, as Willie's going to be in to De Silva, who steps back, angles the bat, guides it quite magnificently past backward point for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a gorgeous shot.
Pirate Badger adds to his account saying, of course, England will probably forget about the Super League points and drop the 3rd ODI as they did last year against us.
Yep. It's a bit of a fortress for England, I think, the Oval, isn't it, by and large? They won 20 out of 48 to no results. That's down leg again. Just as we were saying, risk and reward. They took the risk, they didn't get the reward, and the reward was for Sri Lanka. Owen Morgan, just the 1 cap for him at the moment.
I don't think any of us are too upset to see a mini recovery here, and they're playing well, these two.
They are, and perhaps that little bit of early swing. I mean, David Willey quite often, first couple of overs will swing. That one doesn't swing, and it's slanted across De Silva, who's down on one knee trying to cut, but it was beyond his reach to do that, and it goes through to Johnny Bairstow. 42 for 4.
So the
partnership
there.
21, so going quite nicely. It was a bit of a tempter. I think you're right, Jason. Wide.
Your birds, Tony. I can hear.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're. I've just filled up their bird feeders, so they're probably quite happy. As this one is
very nice.
Turned away around the corner, down to backward square. Another single. Sri Lanka move on to 43 for 4. We've had 9 overs, and we'll catch up with your messages again, Jason.
Mog says, sadly, I've had to Skype in to work at least once a day, so I've been able to maintain my lack of social skills. Honed them even.
Oh, jeez.
And Jago says, yeah, from my sofa and with a certain time delay, so I only have to have at least a little time to think about what I'm typing in terms of being social or antisocial. On YouTube, no, still nothing new. I think still nothing new anywhere else as well. So back to you.
Thank you very much. 43 for 4. 9 overs complete. We are going to see Tom Curran resplendent in his black headband. We saw him.
We'll jingle him up as soon as the bear returns to the jingle station.
We will.
Just gone to the woods, I think.
Yeah, 30 wickets averages just a shade over 40. Good economy rate though, just a tad over 6 for Tom Curran.
Quite a week for English bit part players in headbands after Jack Grealish's performance the other day in the international.
He did well when he came on, I think.
He did very well. Yeah.
Everybody wants to see him at the moment. He's the playmaker, the Gascoigne-esque playmaker. But for now, it's Tom Curran who's in to De Silva. And,
it's a much more generous and flamboyant headband though that Tom Curran sports. It's a rather weak Alice band style thing that Grealish has. That's a real man's headband. That one, that Tom Curran.
Well, assuming those two things necessarily can go in one sentence.
it's somewhat oxymoronic, I grant you.
43 for 4, and Curran's going to be in again. Right arm over onto his toes goes De Silva, pushes it down into the offside. And again, there is no run, so yet to concede a run. And Tom Curran walks back to his mark, adjusts that headband. So you've got a choice of, you've got the 3 men in conference. You've got Tom Curran with headband, Owen Morgan with glasses and a top of cap, and you've got David Willey looking really like a flower pot man with that with that floppy hat on. I mean, somehow Stuart Broad, when he puts on his sun hat, it looks like a sun hat.
It works.
Kind of neat and crisp. But I'm afraid the David Willey hat really does look a bit on the floppy side. Curran's in, pulled away. So he will concede runs here. He's going to concede 4 of them because that was delightfully pulled across to mid-wicket by De Silva.
Colin de Grandhomme sported a lovely flower pot hat earlier this summer, I thought.
He did, but he had the mullet to hang out the back of it.
Yeah, it was perfect. Great look.
Do you think so? Or
I liked it, actually. No, I really genuinely liked it. There was something so bad it's good about it.
So bad it's good as Curran's in and forward comes De Silva. These two continuing to be a little thorn in England's side if they thought it was going to be just a relentless march towards a very low total and all home for tea. These two are at least trying to do something about that.
Condo was 70s porn star chic a la Boogie Nights, wasn't it?
It kind of was. 47 for 4. Tom Curran's in, full, driven past his left hand, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. There is David Willey. I wonder if he knows we're discussing his flower pot hat. Would he be Bill or Ben? I wonder. Who knows?
I suppose David Gower, somewhat of a flower pot.
Yeah, again, it didn't seem quite so limp and floppy somehow. as David Willey's. Now we could be into hot water if we're talking about limp and floppy Willies. So let's try not to do that, as this one is cut down to short third man. And 47 for 4. And Anjay's cross with himself, thought he probably should have had more for that. But I think that's the end of the over. It's the end of the first power play. 47 for 4, England. We're going to have a change, and you will be hearing the voice of the bear. Fourthie, you're staying on, and for the first time today, it'll be Jacob.
Yeah, it will be Jacob when he jumps in. Here he is.
I think I'm on socials, am I, Bear?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, let me sort myself out.
I can tell you, actually, I can look at the little thing that I've got in front of me that says Fourthie on social, yes.
Okay then, hang on.
As we move into the second power, but I thought your point about Sri Lankan cricket is absolutely right. I mean, it's totally run down. in Sri Lankan first-class cricket. It's not in a particularly good place.
Now, I saw a quote from the Sri Lankan president said, well, it was good enough to win us the World Cup, so it's still good enough. Well, mate, that was 25 years ago.
Exactly. Things have moved on since then. In fact, you were playing better. Well, yeah, you were playing better cricket than you are now. We have another change in bowling at the other end. I thought this might happen. It's going to be a man who thinks he's a horse. Jacob, I can't hear or see you.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite
Here he comes.
good. And pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course. Except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
And how are you today, Jacob?
All well, thanks. I thought I was on in the next over, so that's why I'm a little bit late.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Good to have you along. Woody is up to the crease now. He's bowling at Hasaranga, and it's into his hip. And it's just worked out to mid-wicket where I think Tom Curran is fielding, and there ain't no run. What do you reckon so far? Jacob, even?
Yeah, I mean, it's going well for England, isn't it? The Sri Lankans haven't been the strongest batting team through the entirety of this white ball tour, and England are doing well. We've seen England have a few mini collapses in their batting, but chasing seems to have worked for them, and that's what they've gone for.
Absolutely. And it means we get out of here early, hopefully. Woody is in again, bowling at Hasaranga. And he defends that up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's working up to a head of steam. He was quick the other day, and Hasaranga even was backing away from him the other day. It seemed he wasn't prepared to get in line. I'm sure he'll bowl some short stuff and test them out.
I am slightly surprised at the dropping of Wokes, though. That surprised me.
Yeah, after one of the T20s, they called it rotation, but then it wasn't really saying he's fed up with rotation and he's going to stop that. Isn't that what he said yesterday? That's jabbed at by Hasaranga, but he'll get himself a single down to third man. Root has basically poo-pooed all this rest and rotation nonsense now, hasn't he? Is that what I was hearing yesterday in the news? I don't read the news.
I heard, yes. And then immediately Wokes was rested and rotated.
Well, yes, that's very strange. Although I did hear after the T20 they were saying trouble with his knees when he was.
How's he had trouble with his knees? He hasn't played, has he?
Well, yeah.
Getting up and down stairs.
Exactly. Getting old doing nothing. Wood in bowls, and it's defended on the crease by De Silva. And it's just up to mid-on. There's no run.
I just had a quick Google, and Root apparently the other day said that the rest and rotation policy is behind England with the India and Australia series coming up. So he said it's behind them now. He hopes to end it.
Well, it should be. I mean, presumably, if Boris gets his way, then there won't be any restrictions after the 17th of July. In which case, everyone can go home to their families and do what the hell they like, can't they? It's back to normal, whatever normal is.
Yeah, for the Ashes though, it's a case of will Cricket Australia let the families of players and so on come? In that case, Chris Silverwood did say if bubbles had to continue, they might continue the rest in rotation.
Defended into the offside and there's no run. I don't think you need to do it if you're at home and you can get back to your family and you just have a normal life, don't you? And then think about it when they have to go away. They're not going to be allowed. England aren't going to let them go back to the IPL, the England players, are they? They've been told they've got to go to Pakistan and play that little T20 series. Then they've got the World Cup which will be in the UAE. Don't know what the bubble situation will be in the UAE. It's quite a small population over there. They might be all vaxxed up, double jabbed by then. I imagine it'll be mandatory. They're quite authoritarian out there. Woody is in, driven sweetly by Dhananjaya De Silva, out through extra cover. And a man looks on song as it hits the boundary and they get 4 more runs. Here's a man who looks like he has time at the crease.
Yeah, he's not looking too rushed, De Silva. He's played pretty well so far for his, I believe, 30 now, and really the only point of resistance so far in this Sri Lankan batting lineup.
Well, absolutely. He was, I thought a few years ago, he was the coming man. Everyone was talking about him.
Yeah, as I said, Kumar Sangakkara spoke very highly of him, and obviously a bit puzzled he hadn't played prior to now. Just a couple of socials. Ravi says the decline of Sri Lanka has been precipitous. I recall they're losing multi-format series to England twice and South Africa once recently. When was the last time they won a bilateral series against two? To which our very own Knuckle has replied,
as that's defended square on the offside, behind square, and there ain't no run.
They beat Bangladesh 1-0 in a two-test home series in April. The last time they won a bilateral ODI series was a home whitewash versus West Indies just before the pandemic.
Yeah, there you go. Much more comfortable at home. I mean, they have sent 3 of their best players home, so there isn't a lot of experience here. Danjan might not have played that many ODIs, as that's defended square on the offside and there's no run. He's played a few tests and he scored some big runs, and as I said, from what I saw of him when he was touted as the next big thing, he was a sweet looking batsman.
That was 5 years ago, I think, wasn't it? 2016 his debut.
That might well have been, yeah.
So, yeah. It's been a while.
But yeah, so the UAE, if everyone's double jabbed for the World Cup, then surely the families can go out there, and then you get to the Ashes, and that all depends on the Australian government. They're a bit useless. That's cut into the offside, off the back foot, forced actually square on the offside, out towards cover, and it'll just be the one run.
Speaking from Australia, I do worry that there's been mission creep. First of all, they said, well, we couldn't possibly hope for elimination, and then when it came within reach, there's just this idea that maybe we will aim for elimination. That every time there's a single case, we have a 3-day lockdown there.
Yeah, which does seem a bit sort of draconian. But then they haven't been very good at rolling out a vaccine, have they?
Terrible.
Are they producing it over there? That one's bowled into the body of De Silva. He tries to give himself some room to cut it out on the offside. It gets cramped and just knocks it into the floor.
It's a slightly complex situation in Australia because the states take care of most things, and then the federal government takes care of vaccine rollout because they thought that was going to be easy, and old people's homes. They've made a complete kibosh of both of them. It's been an appalling performance, but have now blamed the states.
Oh right, okay, it's one of those. So they'll just be giving it to each other and not actually doing anything. Curran in, defended from the crease by De Silva. Back towards the bowler. He fields off in his follow through, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the over. 53 for 4. Sri Lanka have got to. I stupidly, maybe it was a bit hubristic, but I went under 145, I think, the Sri Lankan innings. Could be a little bit skinny. But again, it was like the other day. It was. I went under 180, and it was all going away from me with that big partnership. But as soon as that was broken, I missed out on it by about 3 runs. Jabbed by Hasaranga down towards third man. He'll get himself a single.
Speaking of extreme errors in executive decision making, what has Tom Curran done to his hair?
He's just not cut it by the looks of it. He's got a full-on sort of shaggy hairdo, hasn't he? I mean, he doesn't look like Tom Curran. When he had his cap earlier in the outfield with his sunglasses, he's got that little sort of tiny sort of Guido Fawkes type goatee thing going on. He didn't look like Tom Curran with his hair flowing out the back.
Looks a bit like Dale Steyn does these days.
Well, yeah. A bit like that. Maybe he's going for that look. Maybe he thinks it will rub off on him and make him a better bowler.
Just a quick one on YouTube. Is the Sri Lankan test side struggling similarly? It was only a few years ago England played those 3 tests in Sri Lanka and did well, but it certainly wasn't easy stroke trivial.
No, and we beat them 2-0 earlier this year as well.
We did.
And Root got masses of runs, didn't he? And then it all went horribly wrong in India when they tweaked the pitches. Go on, Jacob.
Well, they had a good little run in the West Indies, didn't they, Sri Lanka? They went over there and I thought they won that test series, but maybe I'm getting confused.
They might have done. I don't know. I'm sure Knuckle, if he's listening, will tell us what the results on that was. But Sri Lanka just got, West Indies got humped by South Africa at home, didn't they? Defended on the back foot, shortish by Wood. Makes De Silva get up on his toes. There's no run. They got absolutely battered by South Africa in that home test series. Right.
I can tell you now that both matches with the West Indies were drawn.
Oh,
there you go.
Flat pitches. Lots of runs.
It feels more natural, doesn't? I don't know. Not natural is the wrong word, but West Indies and Sri Lanka with their resources, you'd expect them to struggle a bit. It's just historically they've done so well.
Absolutely. Pulled by De Silva, not with great timing. Adil Rashid is at mid-on. He scoots around to pick it up, and they'll get through for 1. Yeah, West Indies similar problem, but we were talking about this the other day. I think you've got to have some sort of central funding. Along with that central funding, has to be some sort of initiative to make the running of the associations in those countries and the structure for first-class cricket and all that kind of stuff. There has to be some guidance on that too, so that it gets competitive. You don't want to see it all die down, do you? I mean, as that's again jabbed this time by Hasaranga down towards third man, and there's no run. These two are being sensible, accumulating runs.
Yeah, it's easy to forget, I suppose, that English cricket, which will never fall too far, but was in a hell of a state 20 years ago before central contracts and all of those things.
Yeah, true. I mean, there's the money here to be able to do it, but presumably, as you say, I mean, these places aren't exactly rich, and the infrastructure is poor, and therefore there has to be some outside help and guidance. Wood is in full, driven sweetly by De Silva, beats the man at mid-off. He's reasonably straight, but played that with great timing, and it's raced away down to long off for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Sorry, Jason. Jacob.
Sorry, I was just saying that was a very pleasant shot.
Yeah, high elbow, driven through the line. Great poise. Lovely. Wood has gone for 11 in his 10 balls so far. He's up to the crease now. Again, guided down towards third man. His pace on that, as he got it a lot finer. Good bit of fielding by, is that Wood? Sorry, it's Curran down there. I'm not sure if he didn't roll over the boundary sponge there, because he seemed to hold on to the ball. Are they going to have a look? Yeah, they are. No, maybe not. He was well inside the boundary, but he did hold on to it rather than throw it away. And then he threw it as he realised he might hit the fence. I'm not sure what he did. He rolled. We're having a look at it again from another angle. Can't see from that. Let's go a bit there. I don't know if he ever actually touches the sponge though. He just thinks he's going to. He threw it before he would have touched the sponge anyway.
Yeah, he's fine there.
It's a good shot, good bit of fielding though. I mean, he got that finer, and he seems to be just relying on the fact that Wood's going to bowl on that line outside the off stump, and if he can get a bat on it, and if he gets it fine enough, it's going to be 4 runs. He bowls that straighter, and he clips that to mid wicket, and there's no run. That is the 13th over, 62 for 4, Sri Lanka. After 13
One
overs.
quick social.
Yep.
Sorry, one quick social from Jeff Perkins. Haven't they decided Wokes only gets 1 match a year or something? I tend to agree with that. And Wokes is one of my favourite players. I always like to see him. He always seems such a decent chap, such a hard throw. Where the hell is he?
Well, you'd have thought he's got to be in a test side, hasn't he? I mean, if you bring him and Stokes back and Curran back, I mean, that test side looks completely different to the one that lost to New Zealand. Admittedly, it still can be a bit flaky at the top, but that's just the state we're in. I mean, our openers aren't particularly bedded in. I think they're, I think Mark Wall was talking shit the other day. I would rather my openers were dull as dishwater and got 200 runs in 70 overs, allowing a big first innings score, than were flashy and gone out for 10. So that's dropped short by Curran. Not great pace, but ducked underneath by Hasaranga, and there's no run.
Which is almost exactly what happened in the last Ashes. In fact, if Jason Roy ever did get to 10, it was a bonus.
Yeah, well, that was, what's his name? Twathead with the silly glasses. Looked like a mech on. That was his idea. Ed Smith, wasn't it? And Jason Roy as a test player was just an insane idea. Tom Curran is in, clipped into the leg side sweetly by Hasaranga, but straight to mid wicket and there's no run. I presume Bayliss was still in charge in that Ashes though, wasn't he? So we were all quite gung-ho.
No, we were talking about flower pot hats. I mean, Bayliss didn't have a flower pot hat, but he had a very distinctive hat, didn't he?
Yes. It was kind of baggy green, but sun hat.
Not every man can pull that off.
No. Tom Curran is in, bowls straight, and playing around his plans, Hasaranga, but he gets the bat on it, and it goes up to mid-on with Sam Curran fields, and there's no run. Run rate is just 4.59. But they are rebuilding, which is something. Again, it'll be.
Yes,
I think it's the instance, isn't it? If England get one of these two out, then it could all go horribly wrong. They managed to get a toe hold back. They only got one partnership of significance in the last game in its entirety. You kind of get the feeling it'll be the same again today. Hasaranga tries to pull the bat away. It hits the bat, goes into the ground down to backward point, where Jason Roy is fielding. There is no run.
Yeah, De Silva's dominating the strike there, isn't he? He's faced 39 with Hasaranga, who's only faced 16, which is fortunate for him.
Well, I kind of want that. Having faced 39 balls in the boring middle overs in an ODI, should be out. I mean, you should be just working it around for singles and get. You can still get to a decent score even though we lost 4 wickets. It only takes 2 batsmen to get decent runs in an ODI, and everyone else to. Well, we've lost 4 of them, I suppose, already. That's clipped down to long leg and there's no run.
I think that's the thing, really. You don't need to be, especially as you say in these middle overs, you don't need to be smashing it around everywhere. You can still get a decent defensible score of about 250-ish just by knocking it around for these and then accelerating later when you've got wickets in hand.
Exactly. And they've got some biffers who can hit it a long way at the end. Give them the last 5 overs or so to do it. You might be able to get yourself up to a competitive score. They've got decent bowling attack. That's one thing, Shamira looks pretty good. Guided by De Silva. Can't beat backward point, Jason Roy, and there is no run.
Yeah, they've brought in the other Fernando as well.
So many fucking Fernandos,
who's quite good.
5 of them in the squad altogether. And I've got a few socials. They're beginning to roll in now. Jeff Perkins, didn't it turn out that one of the required ingredients for the vaccine was also used to make beer with, and the Aussie government prioritised beer making? Thank you, Jeff. Mog, he's got to roll a 1 on a D20 or no game for him. Is this anything to do with cricket? Him and Jeff are off on one there. Maybe I'll just get past that. Mark's it. Morning all. Just joining you only to find out that Chris Woakes is not in the England team. Apologies if this is a retread, but WTF? Why not? Have they explained? Wasn't he man of the match last game? Or are they just trying to make this a more even contest?
Possibly. Rest and rotation. Although it's not. They're just rotating, apparently. Wood is in. Bowling at the stumps. Hasaranga gets his bat on it, plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. I guess there is a reasonable assumption that Sri Lanka are so poor that we know what Woakes can do. Let's try Tommy Curran.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably before a big white ball tournament as well. I know this isn't exactly the same format, but it's good time to get overs in people's legs, get them around the team. And
that would be reason to keep Woakes in there. I mean, he's only played 1 T20 and a fucking ODI. He's only bowled 14 overs this year or something, competitively for England. Cut or angled again by Hasaranga. He keeps trying to angle it down a third man. Can't beat Roy again, and there's no run.
As you say, Woakes you know what you get with Woakes, and he's been around a while. Whereas with Tom Curran, it might just be good to get him a bit of confidence, get him taking wickets, and try and get him in form.
I don't think Tom Curran's the answer to anything in an England shirt, to be honest.
Probably not.
He's definitely a downgrade. He often gets a bit of tap. Wood in. Oh, edged! Is that? Oh, that was nearly a fantastic take by Bairstow. It was going high and hard. It completely beat Hasaranga, who was jabbing his head away and jabbing his bat at it. It took near the shoulder of the bat, and a really good effort by Bairstow. It was high to his right. He did dive. He managed to get it in the kind of webbing, but he couldn't clasp onto it, and it bounced out. I don't know if they got through for the single. I'll have a look. Yeah, Hasaranga didn't like that.
That wasn't a short ball either. That was off a length.
Yeah.
It's gone up by his throat, and so some good bounce in the pitch.
Yeah. Really good delivery.
You gotta,
they got through for the
love
single. Tries it again, but it's pulled by De Silva. Not with great timing, out to deep square leg. There'll be a single, and it's hurled in at the bowler's end for no reason whatsoever, because he was really in. And
got to love Mark Wood, haven't you?
Yeah.
After Bairstow effective way, he spilt that catch. I know it was a difficult one. Big smile on his face, big round of applause for. Can you imagine if that was Anderson or Broad?
Yeah.
Not going to be the same reaction.
No, there wouldn't be. I hope Johnny B kicks on today as well from blasting it in 6 overs. It's always fun to see him go on. Yeah, but he really set the innings off the other day. Woody in, bowls, and cut again. And they've packed behind square on the offside. They're trying to just use Wood's pace to guide it down behind square on the offside. They've got a backward point now, and a point, and a cover. They're really trying to block off that avenue, make them try and play some other shots. But there's no run. 1 ball left in the 15th over. 65 for 4. Hasaranga's 11 off 21. De Silva is 39 off 41. Wood is in his 3rd over. He's gone for 15. Without any luck, just had a drop catch. He's up to the crease. And Hasaranga, he just leaves it through to Bairstow, and there's no run. Ends the over. Any more socials?
It's 1 or 2. I apologise to Jeff Perkins. It was cricket related, and it was Chris Wokes related. His further comment was, does he have to roll the dice, or does he rely on the Texas to have a critical fumble to let him into the team? So the Wokes debate rages on. Jay Grover, for a bloke universally known as the nicest man in cricket, TM, someone really seems to hate Chris Wokes. And our own Jason, he's got, speaking on women's cricket, great game yesterday between India and England, decided by a gem of an unbeaten first ODI innings by Sophia Dunkley in partnership with the vastly experienced Catherine Brunt. She's a little firecracker.
Oh, I didn't even realise that was going on. What was the result? I believe England won then. We must have won that series, and if we won that second, was that the second or the 3rd ODI? Must be the second, wasn't it?
Let us check on that.
I was spending a lot of time watching Wimbledon yesterday. Been quite getting into it.
Are you? Yes. It's been a long time. You really have to commit to UK sport if you live in Australia. It's in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
So I pulled the pin on tennis a long time ago. I just stick with cricket and soccer.
Well,
I say soccer, football.
Football, yeah.
I wouldn't worry, and it's just a lot of people falling over at the moment at Wimbledon.
Yeah,
is it?
It's the typical first week. It's been raining. Of course, it rains because it's Wimbledon. They've had the roof on, and I imagine the surfaces are quite greasy. A lot of slipping at the back and a lot of grumbling from the players.
Harry Carpenter's rain coverage, though, was a real set piece of Wimbledon many years ago. He perfected it to an absolute art form. The rain forming puddles across the covers. Oh, it's very resonant.
Yes. We don't have that problem anymore, obviously, with bloody roofs, though. It's quite good. And they've got 2 roofs now.
2?
Yeah, they've got centre.
One on top of the other?
Well, centre and number 1 court have got roofs.
Oh, no, I see, right, okay.
I think they're going to put one on number 2, aren't they? Or build another court or something? I can't remember. It must be a drinks break.
It is, yes.
I
was surprised to see Andy Murray was still playing. Such is my ignorance of the game. I thought he'd retire, but
he's had 2 hip operations, and he's got a metal hip now. And this is his first game at Wimbledon. Or no, it's his first tournament since 2017. And he did look rusty. It was a good game, and he did win in 5 sets.
Okay, yeah.
Of course, the whole of England.
Good on him.
Yeah, the whole of England were watching it. Blah 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 blah.
And the whole of Scotland there, don't forget.
Oh, and of course the whole of Scotland, yes. The whole of UK, of course.
I wonder if his mum was watching.
She was there, wasn't she?
She's always watching.
She's always watching, yes.
Has he, presumably, I mean, he'll still be married, won't he? He had a rather feisty, or still has, presumably, a very feisty wife who used to wear provocative T-shirts.
Something like that. So I think she's chilled out a bit, but they've got about 4 kids as well. Procreating.
Oh, really?
Injured. Yeah. I think that was the last I saw. It's 4 kids. It's like, what? Bloody hell.
You always seem to have a rather disproportionate neck, Andy Murray. I don't know whether that's changed over the years.
It's all building muscle, isn't it? So he can play tennis. There's an interesting documentary on McEnroe at 60 last night on the telly, and exactly that. What do you do after you retire at 33, having been a megastar in tennis? I guess it's the same football players. What are you going to do for the rest of your life? So, unless you go into the comms box, which they all bloody do now. All the cricketers do, anyway.
Must be an odd existence, though, in the comms box. I often think that Nasser and Athers and Bumble going around the world together. It's a Tuesday night in Colombo. We're off for another curry. They must get a little tired of each other's company at sometimes, you'd think.
Oh yeah, I'd imagine they do. But I imagine they make enough that they can have their wives over if they want, and they've already all old enough that their kids are grown up, so it's all quite easy for them, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's some cricket broken out.
Yeah, there has indeed. They come back after the drinks break, and Tom Curran is going to continue. De Silva comes down to track at him and launches him over covers. We're not great timing. Sam Billings is out in the deep, and they'll just get the 1 run.
I think one of Athers' sons is on the Middlesex staff, isn't he? I think he plays the second 11.
Yes, he does, I think, yeah. He was yapping about that the other day on the telly.
Yeah, there was an interview on BBC Sport or something with him about that, and is he going to be a future cricketing great just because he's Athers' son?
Well, that's defended. Pretty straight ball by Tom Curran, doesn't really do a lot. Hasaranga just defends down the line, back up the track, and there's no run. It's a lot of pressure being a good sportsman's son, isn't it? I mean, Ian Botham's son played cricket and rugby. Yeah, Liam, but he ended up choosing rugby, I think.
I can think of 2 England captains whose sons played Test cricket for England, Richard Hutton and Chris Cowdrey.
Yeah.
Not with any great success.
Well, exactly, that's the thing. Did they get picked on the names? That was the old days when, stiff upper lip and all that, boys. Defended into the offside and there's no run.
Well, Chris Cowdrey was Peter May's godson, and Peter May was chairman of selectors. So there we are.
There we are.
That probably helped.
Did a bit, one would imagine. Who's that?
I was just trying to work it out.
Tom Banton's been drafted in, hasn't he, for the next ODI? They were moaning about it.
Yeah, off the back of a decent performance for Somerset, wasn't it?
Yes, but it means he'll miss their 2 T20 Blast games. Curran is in, and Hasaranga gets forward. It's quite lazy. Inside edge onto the pad, goes out to the covers, and there's no run.
Pretty lackadaisical shot there from Hasaranga, just kind of plonking his foot forward and holding the bat out.
It was really, wasn't it? There's Chris Wokes. Wonder what he's thinking. Thinking I could have got them all out by now.
Probably thinking, what do I have to do to get into this bloody team?
No, I imagine they've sat him down. If it is a rotation thing, and they've, because Pakistan will offer. No, that's just worked way down to mid-on. Some slow running by De Silva, who hairs at the other end. Decent throw, but not out the stumps.
Johnny Bairstow.
Bairstow's been hit as De Silva tries to make his ground, and they run into each other, and he's holding his shoulder. That doesn't look great.
And he's put his hand straight up as well. Signaling to the dressing room. What's happened here?
He was really slow. That should have been an easy single. Dhananjaya De Silva was really slow.
So short. He would.
Well, Johnny B missed the ball, and actually, Dhananjaya did jump over him. So whatever he's done himself.
He was going down to get the ball there. The throw just came in a bit short of him.
Yeah.
He dived forward and put his hand down. He's probably jarred his shoulder.
He might have jarred his shoulder. I don't think the ball hit him either, exactly.
No. I don't think the bat hit him either, which was
or his wrist. Oh, I think he's jarred his wrist on the ground.
It's not good.
He's holding it pretty limply.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he goes down here and puts his hand out, catches his own weight, and goes straight over the top of his own wrist. I think he's hurt his wrist.
Yes, on his left arm.
Right arm, was it?
Right arm. Sorry, yeah.
Left arm. One of the arms.
One of the hands. It looked like his right hand. He twisted around on it.
No, I think it's his left. I think it's his left. He's holding down.
It's not great for a wicket keeper.
It's not. Hopefully, it's just jarred.
Yeah, he's pointing to his thumb on his left hand, the kind of bit where the thumb joins the wrist. Probably just put his hand down, got it slightly stuck in the ground, and put some weight over it.
Well, that could be interesting. No.
If he takes the ball, it's out.
Maybe it was the ball, actually, then. It was.
Yeah, he could have got hit on the thumb, I think.
On the thumb, yeah. In which case they'll just, I imagine, tape it up if it's not broken. And give it some cold spray.
Just got a little update while we're waiting on the women's cricket. Jason informs us England chased down 221. They were 80 off for 3 when Dunkley came to the crease, unbeaten 70 odd off for about 85. It's 90 balls in the 120 partnership with Brunt to take game away from India.
So sorry, was that the second one?
Yeah.
Was that the second ODI?
Yeah, I think we're still referring to the second ODI there from Jason. I haven't had time to look at the first one.
We won that too, I think. I remember reading about that, so we won that. So it's a points-based system, isn't it? Is it 3 ODIs and 3 T20s plus the Test match, or is it 2 and 2 and 1? I think it's 3 and 3 and 1.
I think that's it. But I had a feeling they just changed it, or was it the men's rubric they just changed, or whether they changed both of them? I'm not sure. Warren, morning all, and Jay Grover. Judy Murray is always watching. I've now got the proper fear.
Exactly. She was on, wasn't she on Celebrity, whatever it is, that dancing show that I hate?
Yes, Stan Weasler on YouTube. The India Women's Tour is a point system. England lead 6-2 for now, but 8 points for grabs in the T20s. Thank you, Stan.
Okay. So, I thought it was 2 points per game, so there's 1 more ODI and then 3 T20s. That makes 8 points available. I think. I don't know. I'm sure someone will clear me out. Right. Bairstow seems to be repaired. De Silva is now facing. Curran is still bowling. 67 for 4 Sri Lanka in the 16th over. And now there's a big appeal by Curran as that crashed into the pads of De Silva, but it's going down leg for me. And he was on his tiptoes, and I think it probably even hit him outside the line. He's trying to work into the leg side, but missed it. And there's no run, and that I think ends the over. It's just going straight on with the arm. I haven't seen anything.
Bit high, bit leg side.
Yeah, a bit high, a bit leg side. We haven't seen really much from Tom Curran at all. There's no seam movement, no swing. He hasn't pulled out any variations yet, but that's kind of fair enough, I guess. There's no need to at 67 for 4. They're going along just over 4 and over, and if you can just keep them to that for the entire 20 overs, 50 overs even, you have a paltry score to chase.
Yeah, I think we're up to date on the socials. Thank goodness for De Silva for Sri Lanka, 40 of 43. It's impressive.
Well, it is indeed. That's what Kusal Pereira did the other day. I just need, another couple of people to stand up. You can get to a decent score. Woody is in to Hasaranga. Oh, that's at the stumps. Looks like it's going to crash into middle and off. Hasaranga just got his bat down very late at the last minute. Played it out to covers and there's no run.
I think Hasaranga's riding his luck a bit. His technique, his bat seems to come down from third man area. It's
more
horizontal than vertical.
He's a place or two too high, basically. He's not bad, he can bat. What he can do, but I don't think you really want him at 6 in an ODI. I think he's more like 8, 7 or 8. And a good side, he'd be 8. Oh, yeah. That's short. Really, Hasaranga has to jab his bat in front of his face. Plays it pretty well in the end, really. It was not slow. And just jabbed it, as 88 miles an hour, just jabbed it down into the offside. And there's no run.
Pretty sure he made a 50 on Test debut, Hasaranga, against South Africa. In South Africa, I believe. He came out, I think, at number 7 or 8 and made a 50.
Okay.
He also got a hat-trick on debut, didn't he, against him? He got a hat-trick on debut against Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Woody in, full, driven sweetly by Hasaranga. He was ready for that. Having softened him up with the short one, Woody tried for the probably a Yorker, but he got it just wrong, and it was a beautiful half volley, and Hasaranga was set up for it and just drove it straight back past Wood. And they're going to check whether it was 4. It's chased down by Willie at long off. Gets his hand on the ball. Oh, no. That's going to be close as to whether he'd let go of the ball by the time he'd hit the fence. It's hand in hand. Probably out. So he's probably got away with that, I reckon.
Yeah, might just have stopped it there, Willie.
Yeah, I think so. I think he scooped it back, and in the frame that he hits the...
this is the best angle we'll see, I reckon.
The other question is, does he flick it back into his body? I think he's not got the ball there, and I don't think...
He's fine there.
Yeah, he's fine there. He's two frames from the sponge, and he's pulled it back. Really good bit of fielding. Hasaranga just gets the 2 instead of the 4, and Wood is back in. Length ball again. Hasaranga just defends out to cover, and there's no run.
Why is Willie wearing these compression short forearm sleeves when for his bowling now? What's up with that?
I don't know. They all do it, don't they? On their bowling arm. A lot of them seem to do it on their bowling arm. I don't know why he'd have it on both arms. I don't know. Does it keep the muscles a little bit tighter? Stops the overextension or something? I don't know. Could all be in their brains, on their heads, Jacob. Can't imagine it does a lot, apart from a strict blood flow. Hasaranga faces up short again by Wood. This time Hasaranga just ducks underneath easily enough. It goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. I think it's been given as a wide because the balls haven't gone up.
Johnny Bairstow looked
warming up.
Yeah, Bairstow looked a little bit uncomfortable, I thought, just there with that delivery. I think he grimaced a little bit as it came through with his injured thumb.
Well, you can imagine that Bairstow's going to want to bat, so he's probably not going to go off unless he really, really has to. Wood, last ball of the over, it's just dropped into the offside, and there is no run.
Jason is just informing us that apparently compression wraps prevent chafing and other sorts of friction-related burning when diving about.
Right, okay. Sure, it could be anything, it doesn't have to be a compression. Just wear long sleeves, hey? Might as well. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit of material between you and the ground. We just saw Adil Rashid warming up. He might get a go shortly. They batted well against him in the last game, though. Hasaranga is going to face up to the last ball of Woods over. Short again, and he hops onto his back foot, forces it out to the offside. To point, and there ain't no run. And that ends that over.
Few socials. Jay Grover, I think referring to Athers' son Josh Kane. And Jason confirms in the seconds at the moment, Tony Bishop would know more. Both's grandson has just made his rugby debut for Wales, if I recall correctly, so it really does run in the family there. Jeff Perkins, isn't Andy Murray so metal that he was offered a role on Doctor Who as a Cyberman and a guest spot on a disinterested handjob album? Thank you very much. And Jason again, snowboarder's injury.
What, the thumb?
I assume so. I think it's, when you tumble over and you put your hands out.
Jab your arm down. I've only been snowboarding once, and I flipped and landed on my coccyx once. Fuck me, that was painful. And I wasn't even going very fast. We do have a change in bowling. England.
It's one of those things that arrive from another planet, like quiche and futons did at one stage. Suddenly everyone was snowboarding, not skiing.
Yeah. That was fun. I'd never skied before. That's the only time I've actually been on the snow. This man's going to bowl.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn
Brimful of Rashid.
Well, indeed. His first ball is down the leg side and put it wide. Rubbish. Get him off. Useless.
Wide.
Bit of a loosener there.
Yeah, very much so. I thought they played him really well the other day. That's again angled in at leg stump. And just clipped around the corner by Dhananjaya. He'll get himself a single.
I always think that wide jingle is going to turn into the Carpenters' wide hoopers.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they always could play spin, the Sri Lankans. You
Well,
could never accuse them of not being able to do that.
Yeah, that's my point. I think they probably find it a lot easier. That's another shitty wide down the leg side. Rubbish. I don't know what he's playing at here.
Gonna run out of wide jingles in a minute.
Well, we've only got 3. That one's at Googly, and Hasaranga goes back. I don't know if he picked it, but it pitched short and had age to play his shot. He can only pick out mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's only a mid-wicket. Well, considering he's bowling on leg stump, he's got an umbrella offside field and 1 man at mid-wicket. That one's tossed up, driven back to the bowler, and there's no run. Could be the double bluff, I suppose, but there's easy runs on the leg side. There's probably a couple of men out in the deep, which we can't see on the TV cameras. Bairstow hands on knees. Rashid in, delivers, and Hasaranga gets right forward and just defends that. Back down the track, and there ain't no run. And it's on 14 to Silver's 41 or 44. It was batted really well, and Hasaranga has offered a good foil for him. 5th ball of the over. Rashid delivers, and Hasaranga just defends once more back down the track. Get through some quick overs.
I have to be grateful for small mercies, but Hasaranga's 14 off 36 is hardly ODI.
No, it's not. He belted a couple of big shots off of Adil Rashid the other day. Just came out of nowhere. That one, he works into the leg side. There is a square leg out. Well, it's deep mid wickets. Willie with his, well, couldn't decide whether it was a flower pot hat or a sun hat. But it's only 1 run. I think with those hats, it's got to have the really wide brim to look good. And then it's just like, remember Richie Richardson's?
Yes.
I mean, that's a hat and a half.
The classic example.
Exactly. It's got to have the stiff brim. It's got to have the stiff brim. If it has a floppy brim, it's no good, man.
Stuart Broad's a modern day exponent of the wide sun hat.
Yep.
It's like a modern bowler hat, really. Oh, I better do a couple of socials. Jay Grover, he's got the answer on compression bandages. It's because they're all smack addicts and need to make sure the veins are prominent for when they go off for comfort breaks. Of course. We should have known. Ravi Nair, a bit of material between you and the ground. Dr. Dan Diapers on painting form. Very nice. Jay Grover. Fuck off. I have a futon not because of trends, because it's less distance to fall and I fall out of bed a lot. And Leah, yeah, F that fourthie. The only culturally significant carpenter is John. Look, I've got time for John and Karen and Richard myself.
John was he's the film dude, isn't he?
He's the film director, yes. They live, I think.
Yeah. Depending on John's
body horror was his thing.
He did The Thing as well, didn't he? The one.
Yes, he did, I think, and he did the unfilmable The Naked Lunch, which he filmed, and it turned out it was unfilmable.
Yeah, so I remember seeing that at the cinema. It was rubbish. Did he do Hellraiser? Was that him? Or was that the other?
Don't think that was John Carpenter, but I stand to be corrected.
Well, pulled by Dhananjaya. That is. Oh, he hasn't got as much to do as I thought he had, but he's going to get himself 4 runs. It was a flamingo pull. It was a very extravagant looking shot. Got it into a space out at cow corner. There is a man down the deep wicket. It bounced and rolled into the sponge, and he'll get those first 4 for a little while. which is quite near the toe end of the bat, but he's still got decent timing on it. Sammy Curran in again. It's a full of delivery, no swing on that one. It's probably pitched outside leg, going over about middle, but defended by Hasaranga. Oh, sorry, it's Hasaranga who hit that for. Defends that one out the offside, and there's no run. He's enjoying himself. He's got a big smile. He's had not a bad set of games, really. Batted well in the last game, bowled okay. It was okay in the T20s as well. It's a shame there's not much around him. Curran full. I think he thought about clipping that hard into the leg side, realised it possibly was a slower delivery and just blocked it back to the bowler. There's no run.
He's a promising player, isn't he? He's only 23. He's got a 29 batting average and he's got 21 wickets in ODI. So
yeah, he's definitely one who stood up amidst the chaos. Curran comes in for the 5th ball of the over, and that's beautifully driven. Saw a few of those the other day. It was full and wide, and Hasaranga just drove that sweetly through extra cover. No one stopping that as it crashed into the boundary. It's 4 more runs. That was tossed up. It's a cross-seam delivery, and I think it's probably a little bit slower, but Hasaranga clearly picks it. Same again, driven hard, but this time square out to Moeen Ali, who's on the cover boundary, and will just be the 1 run. And that ends the 19th over. 1 more over, and then we'll have a little switcheroo. Your next team.
Yeah, a little bit of catching up. Headline of the day: radioactive wild boars have been mating with pigs in the nuclear wasteland of Fukushima to create freakish new hybrid species. Thank you, Nestlers. John Carpenter, Dark Star, The Thing, Escape from New York. Leah, Incensed. Naked Lunches by David Cronenberg and Hellraiser is by Clive Barker. You Philistines. Fair enough. I'm getting... Jay Grover agrees. You're getting John Carpenter and David Cronenberg mixed up. Yeah, that's true, I am. Sorry about that. 6 of the cricket. Leah, link please. Just check on YouTube, but I think that brings us up to date. Stan Weasler just adding, yep, it's 1 more ODI and 3 T20s.
Okay. Tossed up by Adil Rashid as he starts the 20th over. Driven down to long off by Hasaranga. Bringing De Silva on strike. Hasaranga's had most of the strike for the last over, so. And Rashid went for 5 in his first over. 2 of them were wides down the leg side. Poor direction. That's a decent ball, just defended, and we could maybe there'll be a Sri Lankan run out again. Hasaranga was herring up the track there, and Dhananjay De Silva was not interested. He quickly put the brakes on and turned back, and there was no run. Morgan will be wanting another wicket as Adil Rashid tosses that one up outside off stump. Doesn't get it to pitch. I imagine that might have been a googly, but it was too full, and it was driven by De Silva up to long off. And they'll just get the single. Adil Rashid, of course, gets through his overs quite quickly. And there's a man on the 45. There's a mid-wicket, there's a long on. There's an umbrella offside field. 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. Back goes Hasaranga. Just trying to give himself room to cut it on the offside. It was probably going over middle and leg stump, and he got a bit cramped, but forced it out to point, and there is no run. Root has now gone out. Root batted sweetly the other day, didn't he? I mean, he purrs in an ODI. That's driven bound towards long off. There is a man down there. It's Billings, but it drops just short of him. He gets it on the bounce, throws it back in. It's only the 1 run. What Sri Lanka won't want now is a wicket. If, as I said earlier, if England to get one now, you'd think it would all crumble pretty quickly. Especially if it was now that one's gone straight on with the arm, and Dhananjay De Silva's trying to whip it out to the leg side. It skids on, crashed into his pads. Don't know if he got an inside edge onto his pads. Probably going down leg anyway. There wasn't an appeal from the bowler. That ends my spell, and I'm handing over to Jacob, who's going to do some ball by ball. He's going to be joined by Tony and Jason.
Yes, indeed.
Hello, Tony.
Hello. You've finally got the link then.
Yeah, it was the same one as it was last time, I think. But I tried to check it earlier and was not admitted. I was frozen out. But oh well.
That's our secret. That's our top security. We actually always have exactly the same link all the time.
Ah, brilliant, excellent. Well, I'll make sure to use it more in the future.
Well,
Hello,
we'll let you know
Jacob.
if it changes.
Hello, Jacob.
As Curran now into Hasaranga, left arm over the wicket, and Hasaranga just fends that into the offside, and there'll be no run. Bowled well so far, Curran. 3 wickets for I think that's 28 runs. 3 wickets, 28. This is into his 6th over. He's done well, hasn't he?
He has done very well indeed. I mean, it's considering he was at 3 for 6 at one point. Jason, you are summarising.
As Hasaranga again just defends into the offside, and there is a very solid call of no, and there will be absolutely no run whatsoever. And Hasaranga on 26 now off 48, not the greatest strike rate in the world, but he's hanging in there for Dhananjay De Silva, who's 42 off 47, although Hasaranga has been hogging the strikes slightly the last few overs.
We've got to put it into context of the, how well he's dug Sri Lanka out of a hole again.
As that's pulled in the air from Hasaranga, pulled high and hard, but only as far as the man in the deep, and that's out. Hasaranga getting out at possibly the worst time he could, pulling a short ball from Sam Curran. Sam Curran now 4 for 28, and I think that's Billings that was out in the deep, it was, and taking the catch quite comfortably.
That's unfortunate for Sri Lanka. That's the last thing they wanted. The last thing you want when you're behind already is to have someone who's set but has been scoring slowly and then fail to accelerate and get out and not get the additional runs that they might have scored.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
And Indu Hasaranga now departing 26 runs off 49 balls at Billings. That gives Sam Curran his 4th wicket, and Sri Lanka in a bit of a hole here.
Yep, you do wonder what's next to come for them, what they've got left in the tank now in their lower order batsmen. Binura Fernando hit a few balls and Udana hit a few balls in the previous T20s and ODI. So there's hope, but there's not expectation perhaps.
No Udana either today, I don't think.
I think Dasan Shanaka's next to come in, who can bat, and then Karunaratne made a decent score in the last ODI, didn't he? He batted decently well, I seem to remember. Unless that was a different Karunaratne. But
Jamaica Karunaratne?
Yeah.
I'll have a look and let you know.
As Dasan Shanaka comes in with an average of 23, so he could, he can bat. He's not a slouch, but he's probably not who Sri Lanka would want to be out there at this point in the match, when you really want to try and just accumulate the runs and minimise the wickets and stay in to accelerate at the end.
He was 19 not out.
That's a decent score, yes. As Curran is into the new man Shanaka, who just defends straight back down the pitch, and Curran turns. That's the man coming in from cover, field the ball, and marches back to the top of his run.
Looking at that, you can see that he picked him out really well. I mean, the Billings didn't have to move more than about a yard to take that ball, as Hasaranga tried to hook it off the front foot.
As Curran in, full on the offside, and that's just defended out to the man at cover. He was a bit late on it, Hasaranga, and it got a bit of a top edge, and it's just flown straight to Billings. Didn't have near enough to clear the rope, and just picked out the man, as you say, barely had to move. As Curran is preparing for the final ball of his 6th over, as he's into Shanaka, and that's pretty straight and just defended solidly, and Curran now playing keepy-uppy with the ball. a good go from Curran so far. 4 wickets for 28 off his 6 overs. He could be in for a 5 here.
He could. He likes his football skills as well, doesn't he? Sam
I was
Curran?
just about to make that point. And if I were Morgan, I'd be tempted to almost bowl him through at the moment whilst he's on top. Just keep him going.
No, I agree. Pirate Badshah, singing shanties, says pedantically, boar pig hybrids are common and nothing to do with radiation. What's happened in Fukushima is that domestic pigs have been left there to go wild after the evacuation. He sent a supporting article.
As Rashid tosses one up, it's a full toss, and De Silva has smacked it down the ground, but it will only go as far as Curran at long on. It's all the way along the floor, luckily for De Silva, and there'll just be the 1 run. He missed out a bit there. That was a bit of a rank full toss from Rashid, who has conceded 8 runs, now going into his 3rd over, and yeah, his radar's been a little bit off so far, as he's into Shanaka now. Tossed up outside the off stump, and Shanaka defends that onto the offside, and there will be a single scampering through as the man comes round from extra cover to just pick it up and throw it into the wicketkeeper. Yeah, not the most accurate from Adil Rashid so far, has it?
He wasn't been superb, was he, in Durham?
As Rashid now into De Silva, who's on 43, that's shorter and played off the back foot by De Silva, clipped into the leg side. He's gone about a quarter of the way down the track and then turned tail after being sent back by Shanaka. There really wasn't a run there, but De Silva wants to rotate the strike quite clearly, but Shanaka not all interested there. As Rashid now in again to De Silva, and that's floaty and tossed up and pushed straight back down the ground. Squared him up a little bit, but it will just stay on the floor, and Adil Rashid diving forward stops it off his own bowling. Whipping through his overs at a sharp pace at the moment, Rashid, as he comes into De Silva. That's tossed outside the off stump, and he's missed out there, De Silva. That was a little wider. He wanted to put his hand through it, and he's just bottom edged it into the ground. And there will be no run as it trickles to the man at extra cover.
That was the absolute telegraphed slower googly, because it was so wide. The only thing it had to be was coming in.
And then that's drifting in from Rashid, a little bit straighter, and just pushed down the pitch by De Silva, and Rashid will recover it. End of the over, no run and just 1 run off it, I believe, or 2 runs off it. So pretty good from Rashid. Better that over, but De Silva will feel he's definitely missed out a little bit on that wide, floaty delivery, which he really could have put his hand through and tried to power away.
Warren,
just want to plug a tweet I've seen from Ali Martin to Will McPherson. It's a punny journalist one. It's challenge Shanaka.
Very good. Warren saying first ever colonoscopy prep day. Yay. Oh dear, things will be looking up there. Grand Theft Auto says, to quote Bart Simpson on Naked Lunch, well, I can see 2 things wrong with that title.
Oh, as Curran beats the outside edge of Dasun Shanaka, going across him and squared him up a little bit there, and Shanaka just hung the bat out, curtain railed it even towards the ball, but he's just managed to pull it back inside the line, and ball goes through to Keeper Bairstow. Curran with a look of exasperation on his face. I don't know if it's just me and if it's a pet peeve of mine, but I always hate Curran's expression as he's running in. I always feel like he looks awful as he bowls that one straighter, and Shanaka clips it off his hip down towards square leg, and the man comes in from deep square leg, and there'll be just 1 run. But yeah, if you ever see Tom Curran running in, he's got this horrible look on his face, kind of screws his face up, and I always find it really unattractive.
But we've likened him to Chucky, haven't we? What's the film that Chucky's in?
Child's Play.
Yeah, the mad ventriloquist doll.
Well, I hope Sam Curran never hears me say that, as he has a short ball which is attempted to be pulled by De Silva, but I think that's come off his body. It may have come off the bottom edge of the bat, and it will trickle down to 3rd man. I think it's been given as runs. It has, so that's just the 1 run for De Silva, moving on to 44. He's mistimed that on the pull and just got a little bottom edge into his own stomach, and it's gone out on the offside rather than being powered through the sort of mid-wicket region as he would have liked. As Curran now into Shanaka over the wicket, and Dasan Shanaka just defends down the pitch. Pretty sturdy in defence there, and there will be no run.
Yes, Curran may not be expressed, but he's got all the skills, and all his skills allow him to do is to make very subtle changes to direction and length and movement through the air, which makes it very hard for people to time the ball off him, which is why he's so suited perhaps to one-day cricket.
As Curran is in, and that's driven pretty nicely by Shanaka, but only as far as Captain Morgan at close cover. But yeah, you're right, he's got some good slower balls, he uses a lot of variations, very good bowler in white ball cricket, and a pretty reliable bat, especially in the IPL, but he's yet to kind of cement a place as that number 8 all-rounder in the Test side.
Prior to going into the bubble for England, he was at number 4 for Surrey in the T20 games.
As Shanaka leaves outside the off-stump, ball pushed across him by Curran, and that will be the end of the 23rd over. Sri Lanka 90 for 5, so not quite on the rate they'd hope. They're on at the moment for probably about 200, which is not the greatest total in an ODI. But there is room to accelerate at the end. It's just, do they have the batsmen left and the wickets in hand to be able to attempt to do that? If we just go to the socials now with Tony.
Certainly. Jay Grover says, if Leah and I are listening, it's not the best time to get horror movie facts wrong. No, there's no doubt about that.
That's gone for... Oh, it's gone towards the boundary, and David Willey has fumbled that, but it's just going to be the 2 runs, as I didn't quite see that ball. I think they came back from a break a little late, but it's been pushed out into the leg side. We'll have a replay, I'm sure, but it's gone out into the leg side and almost beaten David Willey running around to the boundary. Managed to fumble it back inside the boundary rope, and it will just be 2 as De Silva moves to 46 as Rashid is in, and that's pushed back straight to the bowler from De Silva, and there'll be no run. 46 off 55, Dhananjaya De Silva really anchoring this Sri Lankan innings, and pretty much their only decent innings thus far in the match, as Rashid is into him, and that's played off the back foot, cut out into the offside. Nice little back foot punch, and there will just be 1 run as man in from deep point comes in and hurls it back to Johnny Bairstow. And I think there's a small fielding change here. Owen Morgan is waving his arms like an air traffic controller. I think they're bringing the long off and log on back in for Shanaka, making him try and hit over the top as Rashid is in, and I think that was a googly that was, and it's just a bit straighter and defended. They've got a slip in now for Shanaka as well. Joe Root, an excellent slip catcher, who is in there now. Motoring through his over again, Adil Rashid just marches back, turns and in again, and that's floated up outside the off stump and firmly pushed to extra cover by Shanaka, but there'll be no run. Jason Roy there, the fielder.
This is good from Morgan. He's allowing Rashid to settle, and he's attacking the player who's struggling against him.
As Rashid, with a shorter googly which jags viciously, virulently even, back in towards Dhananjaya De Silva, who's on 47, and he's managed to step away and cut it down towards third man, but I don't think he quite picked that, because that has come back in quite a long way. He's managed to cut it, but there will be no run as it's found the fielder on the 45.
He's cut that right off stump and just in front of his pad. He was lucky to get his pad out of the way of that just in time, so he could get the bat down to avoid being bowled. Tony?
Yes, indeed. I've been told that Chucky wasn't a ventriloquist's doll. Jay Grover says he was a good guy toy possessed by the soul of serial killer played by Brad Dourif. You are right. I was confusing it with the film Magic.
As Curran bowls a short one at De Silva, who ducks his head into the pull, into the leg side, and will go through for 1. He now moves to 48 from 57 deliveries. And so he is well within reach of an ODI 50 here, not to jinx him. Tony, what's amusing you?
Well, my comment to poor old Warren's colonoscopy, Peter Lloyd wanted to know, I hope it's looking up from Tony. Was it an intentional joke? It was, I'm afraid, yeah.
As Shanaka has squeezed that into the offside, and they'll go through for a gently jogged single as David Willey, marked out by his friction guards on his forearms, also a favourite of Anrik Norkir of South Africa, those compression forearms, I believe, as De Silva comes back on to strike on 48, as Curran is into his 8th over now, and De Silva steps out and pushes that into the offside. He's beaten the man at backward point, and I think he'll trot through for 2, and that is a 50 for Dhananjaya De Silva. A very well made 7th ODI 50 for him. Excellent innings of 59 deliveries, and I think we have a jingle for that. We can jingle him up. Do we have a jingle for his 50? I'm not sure. Oh well, we'll see. Bear may have fallen asleep. As Curran is in and short on the leg side, and De Silva pulls that backwards of square, but there's a man there, Tom Curran at fine leg, who will collect it, and De Silva moves to 51.
It's all down to De Silva now. How much Sri Lanka score? I think he's got to stay in for almost the rest of the innings to Sri Lanka to get a decent score.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. He's got another 25 overs to last, as Curran is in to Shanaka, who defends that down towards the gully region, and the man comes round from point, picks it up, and there will be no run. A decent pace there, 82 miles an hour from Sam Curran. That was one of his quicker deliveries, and then he certainly knows how to take the pace off them. He's got an off cutter, a leg cutter, cross seam slower ball. I don't think he's quite perfected the back of the handball, but some.
His brother's particularly good at that, but I don't think he's learnt yet.
As Shanaka has a big smash of that, and that's gone for sticks. That's an excellent shot from Dasan Shanaka, just stepping into it, and pretty bottom-handed drive, but it has been gone straight over the boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Excellent. We've got the jingles back as we see a replay of Shanaka having a hoik of one over the boundary. Bear, do we have a jingle for De Silva's 50, or?
I don't think he's hearing you.
He's taken his headphones off again.
He's
Bear, do we have a jingle for De Silva's 50? He's brought his 50 up. We do! I am being signalled.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done.
Well done indeed to Dhananjaya De Silva, who cuts one from Adil Rashid, floated outside, off stump, into the offside, and will come through for a single, now moving to 52. As Moeen Ali, I think, is being sent back at the sort of deep backwards square leg position, as Rashid comes in, and that's hoiked. A big sweep, hard sweep from Shanaka all along the ground, and David Willey, I think, has done absolutely spectacularly there on the boundary to stop that from going for 4. I have absolutely no doubt they'll check it, but it was a powerful, hard sweep from, I think it was from Shanaka, and David Willey, we're seeing the angles now.
Oh, you can't really see, can you?
I think he's done well there. Yes,
I think he's just about got daylight between himself and the sponge.
Yeah, he does.
We're seeing it now. Yeah, that's a very good effort from David Willey. Excellent fielding, as a pretty firm sweep from Dasan Shanaka will only bring him 2, and that's shorter from Rashid and played off the back foot, pushed back towards the man at short mid wicket, and there will be no run for Dasan Shanaka.
Surely it must be mowing time soon. It must be. I mean,
you'd think so.
I would keep Curran 2 overs potentially.
Shanaka comes down the pitch, and there's a muted appeal from Bairstow as it thuds into his pads, but he was far too far down. It was a little bit on the leg side as well. But yeah, I think you're right there, Jason. Moeen will take a few of these overs probably after maybe the next Curran over, as Rashid is in, floating one up outside the off stump, and that's a googly and defended well. I think he picked that, did Dasan Shanaka, and he had a feeling it would be coming back into him. He's just prodded a firm defensive shot forward, getting nice stride in. And
yeah, picked online more than anything else, I think.
As Rashid is in for the final ball of this over, floats one, and that's hit hard from Shanaka, but only as far as Sam Curran at mid-on. He trots down the pitch, and there will be no run. The end of the 26th over, and Sri Lanka 107 for 5. Tony?
Yeah, Peter, Jay Grover had said Anthony Hopkins were mint in Magic. Yes, he was. You're absolutely right. He also says, asking Tony whether a pun was intentional, you must be new. Farong sent us a picture of a cafe, presumably in Dhaka, Farong, called Mark's. Are we watching replays here? Yeah, we are. Watching it called Mark's, where they're selling Campbell's Condescend tomato or chicken noodle soup. So just had some soup, but not of this variety. It's amazing what the younger generation with a phone that is smarter than them can create. Warren does give us an update from his colonoscopy, and suffice to say, it's just a load of something. But obviously not. But funnest way to spend your day, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, Jason was right in a way. We are having a change, but it's not Moeen Ali. It's Mark Wood coming back on for his 5th over, as he's in to Dhananjaya De Silva, and that's fallen outside the off stump and just carved down to third man for 4 from De Silva. Excellent shot there, late cut, and he's just guided it past the man at third man, and it will go for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not easy to late cut a ball going at high 80s, early 90 mile an hour, but he's just flung his hands through it and guided it down as Mark Wood is in again to De Silva, who's now on 56. And that's a lot straighter, but clipped into the leg side, and there will just be a single for that as man runs around from mid-wicket to field it. I think that couldn't quite see who it was at mid-wicket. I think it may have been Liam Livingston if he was on the pitch. Didn't recognise him, certainly.
Who's been going off? Because we've had Garton on for a while. We think we've got Livingston on. There must be a bit of a rotation. England are even now rotating within matches. Who actually gets fielding time?
I think he might be Jason Roy, potentially.
Looks a bit skinnier than Jason Roy to me, but as Wood is in short and pulled from Dasan Shanaka off one leg, and they will scamper through for a single, and Shanaka will move 12 as that comes into there, so a throw of Billings out in the deep, and De Silva now up to face 57 off 62.
Just on the basis that Jason Roy was withdrawn from the previous game because of a back spasm or an injury of some sort, I think he might be having some people subbing for him in this game as a result.
He went lightning after a ball early on, chasing it to the boundary.
As Wood bowls straight but a little short and clipped off the hip from Dhananjaya De Silva, and that will go down to the man at deep fine leg, Sam Curran I think it is down there, or one of the Currans at least. And De Silva moves to 58 as they go through for a single.
Well, no one's ever said that Jason Roy is the most sensible of people in terms of thought processes. It would be entirely in character of him to chase it and then pull himself and make him further injured.
Well, he injured himself in the 2019 World Cup, didn't he? Chasing after the ball, pulled his hamstring, as that's left outside the off stump by Dasan Shanaka, and it goes through, thuds into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow.
In fact, they thought his tournament was over, didn't they? And he came back, and I think he put on scores of about 60, a couple of 60s and a 50.
He came back for the semi-final, wasn't it? He wasn't there for the last 4 or 5 group games. And then he returned for the semi-final and final.
Yeah, I think it was James Vince who replaced him, and we had a little run where we thought we might get knocked out of the tournament, and then Roy came back and we played well as Shanaka defends into the offside, and thought about a single, but was sent back by Danjaya de Silva.
Yeah, it was the perfect format. We were the minimum amount of win-loss games, the maximum amount of group games, so we could lose in the group and still qualify.
I remember I went to the South Africa-England game, the very first one at the Oval, where Stokes took that blinding catch, sort of falling backwards, and with his arm kind of almost turned at an impossible angle, and still managed to catch it. Mr. Singh's back, by the way. Mr. Singh is with us.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah. No, he's saying he's giving India a day off, and he's having a go at Sri Lanka now.
Brilliant.
He says Sri Lanka now nowadays equivalent to third cricket country like Zimbabwe, Kenya, UAE, waiting for one player like Jayasuriya or TM Dilshan. One-sided match useless, he says.
And that's a little scoop sweep from De Silva back down towards the fine leg boundary, and there's no one there, so it will run away for 4. A very clever, innovative shot from Danjaya de Silva, just a little paddle sweep over his shoulder around the corner.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Just going to add my Jeffrey boycott caveat to that.
And 2 wickets to the score.
No, the other one. The other Jeffrey boycott caveat, number 2. No, wait until both sides are batted on the pitch.
As Rashid is in again to De Silva, who again clips that off his legs and is being chased hard by Owen Morgan, who dives and stops that from going to the boundary for a second time in 2 balls. And I think they will get 2, the Sri Lankans. A good effort from Morgan, as Rashid again straying in line and almost got clipped down to that fine leg boundary. Just a little too straight and on the pads, and if there was a leg slip in, it's a brilliant ball, but as it is, almost went for another boundary. Well done, Owen Morgan, as De Silva smacks that back past the bowler, but mid-on, there's a long on. Sam Curran, who runs around and collects it, again just a few inches away from the boundary. It's good batting here from Danjaya de Silva.
I think the fact is, since the ball was swinging early in those first few overs, England haven't looked superly threatening, and Sri Lanka, without rocketing along, have looked comfortable enough.
As Rashid tosses one up outside the off stump, and it's driven down to long off. I think that's Billings down there at long off, and Shanaka will come through for 1, move to 13 off 24, and De Silva with his anchoring innings, 65 off 66, a really good innings from him so far, as he now faces up to Rashid, who's in, tosses one up, again I think that was the googly, and he's clipped it into the leg side, and will manipulate the strike once more, popping through for the single.
Yes, it's almost as if the white ball has stopped moving once they've got the lacquer off for the early overs, where it was moving around and swinging. Now it's scuffed up slightly and probably a little discoloured. It's not moving anywhere near as much.
Shanaka dances down the pitch and connects firmly with one into the leg side, but it will only go as far as David Willey at deep mid-wicket, and there will be just 1 run. I've got the rate above 4 now, Sri Lankans, 4.43 at the end of that over.
Yeah, they're going well. A few hellos on Facebook, I think. Arayan Raj, but others who are with us. Umesh Singh, Bhargav Saimede, Sasikumar Kanath, Sikandar Chuan, Bikasham, George Matthew, Zainab Petiwala, Govind Shutter, Sammy Evans, amongst a few.
As Wood has one on off stump, and that's defended by Dasan Shanaka. Predict Viz are, as we know, the Vizes are very changeable, win Viz, predict Viz, etc. But they are predicting currently 220 for Sri Lanka, which they probably would have taken a few overs ago, but they need to score 8 and over to get to 299 and 6 and over to 255. So it's a difficult task here for the Sri Lankan lower middle and lower order, but De Silva playing a key role in getting them there, as Wood has a short one pulled by Shanaka as far as Sam Billings at deep square leg, and that's gone over the Bairstow, but it will be backed up ably, and there will be only one run as Silver comes on to strike. Sri Lanka 125 for 5.
Let's see, who else do we have with us here? Jason Roy? Jay Grover. Not Jason Roy, he's not tweeting us, not at the moment. Says, no one has ever accused Jason Roy of being the most sensible of people when it comes to thought processes. Solidarity, brother Jason, I feel your pain.
As Mark Wood is now galloping in to De Silva, who pops one up, but there's no one there. Oh, it's he tried to clip it off his hip. I think he's just got a bit of a leading edge, or not quite connected with it correctly. It's popped up in the air, but there was no one at short mid-wicket. I think the man's out at that position in the deep, and there will just be no run. The ball falls harmlessly to the floor. Jason, how important is the role of Dhananjay De Silva here, shepherding the tail and trying to get Sri Lanka through to a respectable score?
I think it's crucial. I think he's got to stay there to the end. He's got to take the majority of the strike and the rest after this ball.
As De Silva defends one into the offside for no run.
And he's got to make sure he plays sensible shots and splits the fielders with good placement so that he can get the maximum out of his opportunities for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, absolutely. He really needs to get them through this now. Does Dhananjay De Silva? He can kick on. He's striking at just under 100, 66 off 69, and has an opportunity to make a big score and really help his side. As Wood is into him, short ball punched by De Silva, and it will only go as far as the diving Owen Morgan, who makes a good stop from short cover, and there will be no run as Mark Wood turns back to the top of his mark for the final ball of this, the 29th over, and then I think after the next over we will have a change.
The more interesting question is actually, how does Shanaka play for the rest of the game? At what point does he decide to give up the supporting role and try and play a more assertive, aggressive role? Because he can hit the ball quite well, but he needs to know when and against what bowling.
As De Silva drives firmly down the ground, but Moeen Ali at not quite a long off, but a sort of deepish mid-off, halfway back, collects the ball. Mark Wood's taken another tumble, but he has got through his over relatively unscathed, and there will be no run from that final ball. Sri Lanka again 125 for 5 after 29 overs. Dasan Shanaka 15 off 27. Dhananjay De Silva 66 from 71.
God, right. YouTube is waking up. It's hello to Diane Keithley. So lovely to hear from you as ever. Sunil Singh, Mr. Singh, was a very sensible comment indeed. He said, time is powerful. There was a time when Sri Lanka's clean sweep in England in 2006. Yes, there was. Yes, indeed. And not forgetting 2019 when, of course, they won at Headingley in the World Cup. But he's spoken a bit too much about Sri Lanka, so clearly has to say a word or two about India. He follows up with the thought that Virat Kohli is a useless player.
Of course he is.
Discuss.
He just can't play the game, that lad. He can barely hold a bat, can he? As we have a change, Adil Rashid removed from the attack, and Tom Curran will be jingled up.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more.
As he bowls short for his first ball, and Dasan Shanaka will just fend it down towards third man for a single, and Dhananjay De Silva on 66 will come on to strike. Yeah, interesting, Mr. Singh. I think I totally agree that Virat Kohli just does not know how to play cricket, and clearly has no idea what he's doing. That's why he scored all those thousands and thousands of runs. But I'm sure we can leave that debate for another day, as Curran comes in to Dhananjay De Silva, who again tickles one down towards third man, and the man at short third man there has had a shy at the stumps. as De Silva was a bit lackadaisical coming back in, but it's missed the stumps by a fair way, been backed up, and there will just be no run after all that excitement.
Mr. Singh is prepared to back up his argument, Jacob. He says Virat's only a good player in league games, but in knockouts or finals, he always plays in pressure, so succumbs to pressure.
I've seen similar arguments about other players like this. There's an argument on Twitter somewhere that Joe Root is a flat track bully, which is why he's obviously our top scorer ever in Asia. As De Silva has a bit of a swing at that, and it's completely missed, gone over the top of leg stump, and Johnny Bairstow dives and rolls, action man style, and collects the ball quite ably. Oh, that's only just missed the stumps, actually. That's shaved a coat off the top of the bails. I thought it missed by an inch or two, but it hasn't got up as much as I thought, and it's only just missed the leg stump bail. Good lord.
Didn't he bottom edge that onto his back trouser bit, and it's only the trouser that just saved him from being bowled?
As De Silva connects with that one and has had a swipe into the leg side, and that'll run away for 4, moving him to 70.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A good, confident front foot pull that from Dhananjaya De Silva, and he's continuing his really composed, confident innings as he gets, I believe, his 9th or 10th 4 of this innings so far, and moves to 70 from 74 deliveries as Tom Curran is in short and fended into the leg side by De Silva, and they'll trot through for a single as I think that's Moeen Ali out there at deep square leg, just jogs in and throws the ball into Johnny Bairstow. And then now we have the final ball before we ring the changes. I'll take a spell and come back in the latter stages of this Sri Lankan innings, I believe.
Be the bear again.
I think it will be the bear again, as Curran is in for this final ball of the 30th over, and it's just defended by Shanaka. There'll be no run. Sri Lanka 131 for 5, and I leave you with Bear on ball by ball, Jason on social, and Ian Forth on the summary.
And continuing on the YouTube themes, Ravindra Kole, or could in fact perhaps be Kole. Rohit is a better captain than Virat. Discuss.
Who? Dhoni?
Rohit.
Nah.
Okay. Well, Sammy in my local cafe would agree with you. He's a fierce proponent of Rohit taking over. So there we are.
Really?
No, he knows quite a bit about cricket too.
Well, that's fair enough.
Leah says, sure, His Holiness is no Ishant Sharma, but then who is, except Ishant, of course.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I'm expecting us to get revenge over the Indians at home this summer. I think.
Yeah, well, that's quite entirely possible. We're very good at England. Are very good at home.
Well, exactly. And after what happened in India, I'm sure we'll prepare equally spicy home wickets for us. Hopefully, he says with a slight bit of mischief. David Willey is back into the attack. He's coming in to bowl round a wicket to De Silva, and he bowls one down the arse, and it should be a wide. It is indeed a wide. It didn't clip anything on the way through.
Wide.
And Sri Lanka recovered quite nicely here.
Yes.
I told you, Dan and
it's
Giles
reading a lot more healthily than when I was last on. This is good stuff.
Yeah. Well, the ball gets a bit dead. Doesn't really do much, really, after about 10 overs. You just got to not lose these wickets in their first 10 overs, and they could probably post a half-decent score. Clipped into the leg side by De Silva. He shall get himself 1 run. So no one in at mid-wicket. Everyone's out in the deep on the leg side. Shanaka back on strike.
It's also that England don't have the pace bowlers to really hit the deck in the middle overs.
Yeah.
No, there's no Archer. There's no Stone. There's no Wokes to.
Wokes and Archer.
All it just back of a length.
Ollie Stone hasn't really played much for England, the ODIs. It's worked into the leg side by Shanaka. Probably try and get 2. Yeah, they do, quite comfortably. As it goes down to Tom Cowan.
It's a young Sri Lankan side, relatively. A lot of 23 and 24-year-olds in it, some 22-year-olds. But that's a failure of planning when you get so many young players in all at once as well.
Yeah. And as we said, the experience has been sent home to being Durham, going into Durham Town Centre, City Centre. Willie is his 6 over. He's gone for 28. He's got 1 wicket. Bowls that short. And, it's paddled around the corner by Shanaka down to long leg. And there's a single.
I did speculate on our internal chat whether the 3 were architecture aficionados and just could not resist the temptation to go and have a look at the austere vaulted arch of Durham Cathedral. But after all, it worked with the Russians and Salisbury Cathedral.
Well, yeah. What a great story that was. De Silva has got 30 out of this partnership of 29 deliveries. He's got 72 or 76 deliveries, so he's kept the score moving. Goes back, tries to uppercut that. Is anyone down there? No, there ain't. 1 bounce just inside the 3rd man boundary, and then scoots over it, and it'll be 4 more runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
I know Morgan is now thinking, why haven't I got Wokes and where's Archer?
I'm just looking at De Silva's figures. I don't think he's ever in 48 matches. I don't think he's yet to score a century. So this is as good a time as any.
Well, I was wondering whether to back him to get a century, but the odds were quite slim, considering, as you say, he's never had one in 50 overs. They're only offering you 12 to 5.
He's only actually scored 6 50s, which is not many in 48 ODIs for a batsman.
No. It's probably why he's not playing. He looks good though, doesn't he? Exactly. I mean, it's funny with players, you only ever see a certain amount of them, and if you see them and they're good, that's clipped down to long leg for a single. You know, you don't see all the shit in between, and then next time they come over, you go, well, why isn't he? Last time I saw him, he was really good. In the intervening 2 years, he's done sod all, you know. But, you know, class is permanent, I think, and you can see that he's got it all here. I mean, certainly at the top of the order, you notice that all the batsmen who were getting out with the ball swinging into them, they were playing around their pad and they weren't getting the bat round quick enough or fast enough, or their hands weren't in the right place. Willie bowls that short again and attempted to paddle around a corner. Are you going to give that as a wide? No, he's not going to give that one as a wide. He kind of went over the top of the bat and maybe over his shoulder, and there's no run. But it was noticeable. Well, it was noticeable that the batsmen at the top of the order weren't getting their bat around their pad, and they were all getting pinned. No. But Jananjaya, as soon as he came in, his bat was out in front of his pad, and he was getting the ones that the other guys were missing. He was getting them out in the middle of the bat, out to deep mid-wicket. Go, Jace.
On YouTube, there's a captaincy debate is continuing. Stan Weasler comes in with Rahane captained pretty well in Australia in the Test series after Virat went home. Sunil Singh responds that Rohit's luck is better than Virat because he's won 5 IPL trophies and Virat hasn't won any as captain. And Ravindra Kohli responds with Rohit is better at reading a game. Luck level favours 5 times wins in IPL versus 2 times in the Asia Cup. And just going on to Twitter, Dan Dyper sent us a picture of the Oval, and Lear's also sent us a picture of responding to Brian Barish about some comments that they're having between themselves, talking memes.
Just having a look at De Silva's figures, he's actually got a very decent Test record.
Yes.
I don't know whether you covered this when I was off.
Well, no, but that's where I remember seeing him when he first started playing Test cricket, and he looked pretty good.
850s, 700s, top score of 173, average of 38. Very good.
Yeah, there you go. Reasonable. In a side that's struggling anyway. I think he was injured for the series that we were playing just gone. He might have been injured in the one before as well. I don't remember him playing.
It's funny how you get an impression from the sample you get. If you'd have only followed Doug Walter's career from his Ashes tours of England, you'd have thought he was pretty freaking hopeless.
Well, I mean, that was. To be honest, that's my impression of Mitchell Johnson throughout his career. Until he blasted us away in, what was it, 2000 and whatever it was, 16, whatever, 15.
2013.
He'd had shit Ashes over here, and the Ashes that we played in Australia, he'd been dropped in the previous one, and then he totally blew us away that year. And I often say this because my South African friends at my cricket club when I was playing, there's a couple of Saffers who used to play for my club, and they all thought Mitchell Johnson was amazing because he always had really good series against South Africa in South Africa.
Yeah,
so it is what you see that comes to you. And he ended up.
I tried to make this point when Knuckle was on there about Sunil Gavaskar. I said, well, England never really saw the best of him, which he promptly corrected me. Apart from the double century scored at the Oval in 1979, which I'd forgotten. So there was that. Yeah,
true. I was just about to answer that. You respond with that. Yeah.
Yes.
Given that was one of the first games I remember watching.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That was a great game, actually. It really was. I think they got within 20 runs, was it?
It was less than that, I think. I think it was 9 runs.
Oh, maybe it was 9. Yeah.
Well, Tom's going to continue. Curran, that is. Don't know what the stop was, but we've had a little.
They were having drinks. They've
more
just
drinks.
confirmed.
Well, it's quite a
bit early because it's normally about 34.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's quite a warm day, considering in London. Certainly felt warm with the sun out earlier today, and considering all the rain we've had recently. Attempted to cut that to Dananjaya de Silva. It's way too close to do that. He was trying to do that run down the third man, but I think he caught it on the end of his thumb. He certainly dragged his hand away off his bat. There's no run. What's so funny, Jace?
Perko says Kohli is clearly a cricket track bully. Put him on a race course and he's completely useless, whereas Mark Wood becomes even more impressive.
Well, absolutely. Curran in. Slower ball, I think. Out the back of the hand, possibly. But De Silva just worked it down to deep backward square where Adil Rashid, no, not Adil Rashid, sorry, Moeen Ali is fielding. I was nearly falling asleep in the last 10 over stretch. Sitting here with my eyelids shutting.
It's midnight where I am. You've got no excuse.
No, I just had a couple of pork pies and I think it all went away. Post-prandial. Shanaka still not moving along at any great pace. 19 off 32 deliveries. He's facing up to Curran. He guides that down, cuts that down to third man. And they'll get themselves a single. Good get-out shot for them. They've played it quite often. They've been able to rotate straight nicely with it, yeah.
It just makes sense to knock it around for 4 and over up until the early 40s and then gradually put the foot down from there.
I think, you've only got 5 wickets left in hand, maybe a couple of biffers. These two want to go deep into the 40s, 45. Try and get to sort of 220 by 45. Thrown up outside off stump, slower ball, and De Silva tries to give himself room to go over long off and misses it. And he gave himself too much room. And Tom Curran threw it up slowly outside the off stump. Only 67 miles an hour, big loopy one. Missed it, and there's no run. Yeah, I think, try and get to 220 by about 45, and then you give yourself 5 overs of biffing, and if you get lucky, you get 270. If you don't, you end up in 235, 240, and all the wickets go down. But at least you're giving yourself a shout. Tom Curran is up to the crease now, bowls that into the pitch, and goes on with the arm into the arc for De Silva to just pull it round to deep square leg, and it's a single.
Keeping of score predictions, Bear, have we closed the GPL yet? And if so, how many entries have we got?
The GPL has closed. I kept forgetting to bloody talk about it, didn't we? I'm not sure we had any today. Oh, we had 2. Cullen Matthew has gone 225. They're going for low scores, and Toby with 2 Ys has gone for 295.
Ambitious.
Very ambitious. Well, it was looking like that earlier, though, wasn't it? But these two really have settled the ship. That's a slower ball out the back of the hand again, defended by Shanaka. Into the onside, and there's no run. I mean, that's the thing. In an ODI, you need one person to have a really big score, and you can get a reasonable total, a challengeable total.
Yeah,
if people just hang around with you. Ideally, two people score.
He needs to take it to the 47th, 48th over at least to
Yeah.
Silver, doesn't he, to give him a decent chance.
He's looking a bit antsy, though. I mean, he's trying to cut the big shots. I mean, his eye must be in. He must be seeing it like a football. I mean, he's been scoring at nearly a run a ball for the entire innings. He's not having a trouble working it around.
Yeah, and he's one of the more experienced players in the team. And he's 29 as well now.
Is he really, Dhananjaya Silva? Is that old? Wow.
He'll be 30. He'll be 30 in September.
Crikey. I still think he was young. I thought he was about 20 when he came into the side. That's worked around the corner by Shanaka down to fine leg, and it'll be a single. It's all quite pedestrian, but exactly what Sri Lanka need.
Yes, it says on my entry here, not to be confused with Dhananjaya De Silva. This is definitely, just had a panicked moment and they were looking at entirely the wrong figures, but no, I don't think that's correct. This is Dhananjaya De Silva.
Yeah, this is Dhananjaya De Silva, that's right. Willie bowls to De Silva, who clips it out down towards deep cow. Billings comes right in off the boundary and they only get the single. There's no one in on the leg side, everyone is out in the deep. There's deep mid-wicket stroke square leg. It's very wide.
Deep cow.
Deep cow.
Yeah, I don't think you found deep cow in there.
No,
position.
But for me, that particular sort of straight deep mid-wicket is cow, basically. That's played square on the leg side. And it's actually come off. I thought it was a little inside edge onto the thigh pad, but it's just thigh pad. I mean, anywhere where you just mow it through the line and that angle out there, that's cow. It's not mid-wicket. It's not wide mid-wicket. It's not wide long on. It's cow. I'm sorry. You know, everyone knows where cow is. It's where the mows go.
They do indeed. I wonder what the original cow corner was, what the original cows were. Maybe we could find out.
Clipped nicely off the pads by De Silva down to deep backward square leg. Joe Root's out there, and it'll be one more run. I mean, you can see Rooty doing this all day long, can't you? Which is exactly what he did the other day. I mean, he is so good in ODIs. He always manages to get along at run a ball. Never hits loads of fours, not lots of sixes. He's just brilliant at working the ball around.
Brilliant technician, I totally agree. We'll miss him when he's gone.
That's why I still think there's a place for him in T20s, but people don't think so. Short, maybe too short. Shanaka just watches that go over him, and the umpire gives a wide. And the 150 up is up for Sri Lanka, the 33rd over.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because under normal circumstances, you'd think Morgan's place was somewhat under threat.
Well, you know what? I said that in the year running up to the World Cup. He did bugger all in the year running up to the World Cup, and then had a wonderful World Cup. But he does have these long runs where he does absolutely bugger all. And time isn't on his side. That's cut out towards deep cover. It'll just be the one run. You've got to think after this coming up World Cup that he's got to be either made to retire or retire. I mean, there are plenty of players who can take his place now. I mean, Butler becomes captain. I think he'd be a reasonable replacement. Problem is, if he goes and wins the T20 World Cup, everyone will want to carry on even more. Let's work down to long leg once more, and there's just a single.
Well, we would be checking for socials. I think Jason's gone.
Is Jason frozen now as well? Has he gone walkies? I thought that was his belly on my screen earlier, but maybe not.
Not sure what we're left with there.
I don't know what we're left with there. The back of a chair with it's like a jumper on it or something. Yeah, if he wins the World T20, they'll probably try and keep him on. But I think in a way, if we lose it, they'll be able to pass him off with good service. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But
On
he's less and less efficient as a batsman. He has his moments, and if they timed well for a competition, all well and good. And he does get carried a lot by the rest of the team. So that's worked square on the offside. Horribly angled bat by De Silva, goes nowhere but to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, a player like that so massively in credit that I'm not quite saying they can call their own, they can call it when they want, but it's almost getting to that stage.
It does feel a bit like that. He often comes out, looks scratchy, and then gets out for about 6. You know, it's Curran bowls short and follows De Silva, goes over him. Shouldn't be a wide, isn't a wide.
I guess as players get older, those patches tend to
get longer, but that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, what is he? 37, 38 now?
Is he that old? Gosh.
Yeah, I believe so, isn't he?
Yeah.
Jace Morgan must be 37, 38 now, isn't he?
He is. Let me just check for you and I'll get back to you.
Happened with Alistair Cook towards the end, isn't it? Longer and longer dry patches between the odd 250.
Well, yeah, Tom Curran down the leg side, and it doesn't brush the pad, so it will be given as another wide. I thought Alistair Cook retired too early, to be honest. I think he could have gone on for a couple of years.
He could have done. He could have done, but he must have
felt it. Yeah.
He must have felt it.
34, almost coming up to 35.
Maybe he could go on for another couple of years, but he's got to score some bloody runs. Guided by Dhananjaya, but can't beat Woody, who is at third man on the edge of the 30-yard circle. So they'll get through.
I mean, I can't remember exactly how long Cook was captain. It was
a fair
while.
I
think Atherton I think Hussain, for example, said after 4 years he was so utterly exhausted he couldn't contemplate almost doing anything else. He was so intense.
Yeah, but then you just go back into the ranks and enjoy your batting again.
It's the English way, isn't it? It's not the Australian way.
No, I just think if you've got more to give. I mean, there's no... I mean, what? If Root decides that he's not having a captaincy, how old's Root? 29?
Yeah, around about there.
As that's defended off the inside edge of the bat by Shanaker. Just drops out on the leg side and there's no run. I mean, if Root decided he didn't want the captaincy anymore, and he's done it for, 3-4 years now, there's no way that he's going to retire from international cricket.
No, true. And of course, being captain, it's a bit like being a cabinet minister. There are certain fringe benefits as well.
Of course. Lots
of it was always 35 and out in the Aussie side, wasn't it? For players and probably captains.
Didn't Ponting go on a little bit longer than that? That's a quicker ball thrown up outside off stump. Defended square on the offside, beats the man at point. Goes out to the man.
In the days of World Series cricket, it was 30 or 31 and out very often, and then retired into business because there's no money to be made.
Yeah. What was that? Is that Jason Roy back out there? I hope so. It was his hamstring the other day, I thought, which was tight or something in the last ODI. And we know he has hamstring problems. Tom Curran throws that up. It's hit down the ground. Has it got enough on it? Doesn't look like it has, but there isn't anyone down there. It would have been a simple catch for long off, but there isn't a long off. He would have known that, but we don't because we're watching the telly. And it plugs a bit, but it does roll into the boundary, and he'll get himself another 4 runs. Another one out the back of the hand. It's a bit telegraphed though. If you're used to watching it, which I've seen a few of them now, just wait for it. It was right up there.
It's a bit like the Dern back of the hand.
Yeah, that's the
telegraph, wasn't
it?
That's probably where he's learnt it from.
Well, exactly, and that's why I also think that Tom Curran isn't the answer for England in a lot of ways. They keep going back to him, but he doesn't really do it. His wickets have cost him 140 in ODIs.
It's now De Silva's highest ODI score.
Yeah, 87 not out. And Shanaka is going to face up to Willie in his 8th over. Gloves that into the leg side. Root is at mid-wicket. That's Morgan. Morgan looks like he's put a little bit on the midriff as well in the last year or so.
I've got every sympathy with that.
Yeah.
I've put on a pair of trousers to go to a meeting on Tuesday and realised, with rising panic in my hotel room, I'm not sure I can actually button these up.
That's harsh. Willie in. Oh, guided through slips. And it's going to make its way all the way down to the very fine third man boundary for another 4 runs. Suddenly England don't really know what they're doing for a change. It's a really good fight back from Sri Lanka. It is ODI cricket. The total really doesn't look like it'll be enough, but at least they're doing something. The silver moves into the 90s onto 91. Willie's up again now. Pulled! Oh dear, but he hasn't got hold of that. That's gone straight up in the air and he's going to be out. And skipper of the test side, Joe Root, has caught Dhananjaya Silva. He's got himself out for 91. He'll be not very happy with himself on that. But it's a really classy innings in all. He probably needs to stay there for another 10 overs for them to get to a reasonable score, but he's laid a foundation. If anyone else in Sri Lanka can bat for a bit, they might get themselves a score that they can at least have a go at defending. But in the meantime, we have to say goodbye.
On your bike, mate.
Really good innings, that, eh?
Some quick socials. Leah says, I just want the Sri Lankan Pacers to unleash their bottled up frustrations and retire the entire English team hurt within the first 5 or 6 overs. There speaks a man with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, I think.
Okay then.
I don't know if they'll do that. Chamira's pretty quick, quite slingy, tall. Looks a good bet.
Although it's fair to say today. Oh, sorry, no, go, Jason.
Warren says, Ree Morgan, team carrying a so-so's batsman who is a good captain, a la Brearley? Question mark.
Well, no, because he's had his moments where I mean, he stood up. I mean, this is it. As I was saying, I've been talking about maybe England should drop him before the World Cup last year, even though he was captain. He wasn't pulling his weight.
He's never been the most consistent of players. He's generally been feast or famine.
Exactly.
And when he's scored very heavily indeed.
And he seems to have timed his scoring pretty well in time with England being in major competitions, which is a bonus, because you can be carried in between. And now we got this Super League, whatever it's called. Willie bowls, and the new batsman who is Shanaka. They crossed, so Shanaka's facing. Will be
Karunaratne.
But not that Karunaratne.
Is it Chamika Karunaratne?
Yeah, it's not Dimuth.
No, it's not Dimuth.
It's Chamika. Surely it's Chamika.
Yeah, it's Chamika. And we have a jingle for him, but I'll play it when he's facing. Willie is going to come in. He's got a second wicket, 2 for 45. Ooh, fished out outside the off stump by Shanaka. Goes through to Bairstow, and there's no run. Now the question is here: have they got the gumption now to? They've got 14 overs left after this.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a few overs, just punt it around for some singles, get another little partnership going. You've got 14 overs, is a fair few balls.
Now the question is, have they got anyone who could swing it in the first 10 overs?
Yes, they do.
Chamira
does. That's guided back to point by Shanaka to end that over, and there's no run. And the other opening bowler does as well, doesn't he? Binura Fernando.
Binura Fernando. And Udana also smooths it slightly, but it's more off the seam, I think.
Yeah, their seam attack seems to be okay.
Yeah, that's right. I had Chamira down as more of a pace bowler than a swing bowler, but
no, swing, not spin.
Swing. No, not Chimera, I did not have that Chimera down as a swing bowler, rather a pace bowler.
Well,
but,
he's pretty quick, but he does swing it. So I don't know. A quick swing bowler.
Jay Grover asked us very quickly, what is this Super League? I'm utterly clueless. Well, it's the it's a qualification point system for the next 50 over World Cup.
Yeah, 50 over World Cup. So now it's on a ranking point system. Basically, all
so
the ODIs.
Top 8,
Tom Curran is in.
The top 8 qualified.
And it's defended back down the track, and there's no run. Carry on, Jason.
The top 8 qualified by right. The rest have to go into a knockout system for the remaining 2 places, I think it is.
But the next one, aren't they? They're increasing it to 14 again for the one after that or something. They can never make up their bloody mind.
2027, I think, is 14. I think 2023 is still 10.
Yeah, it is. Karunaratne is now going to face up to his first ball. It's worked out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Sorry, second ball.
That said, the qualification for 2019 was actually in Zimbabwe. It was actually a really good tournament.
Yeah, it was. It got quite sudden deathy, didn't it? I mean, West Indies just about got through. Didn't someone choke that allowed them to get through? They were bloody lucky.
No, Scotland were unlucky, wasn't it?
Yes.
They had a game where they should have won and knocked out West Indies and didn't quite manage to get over the line for one reason or another.
Yeah. On the back foot is Karunaratne, forcing it up to mid-on. No run.
But there are also good performances by Nepal and one of the other associates. I'm trying to remember.
They just want it to be competitive. And I guess all those teams are quite similar. They've all got their strengths and weaknesses. I mean, you look at Ireland. Had a really good series recently with the Netherlands. It's quite exciting. Not exactly high scoring, but exciting. They're similar level. It's played into the onside and there's no run.
Indeed, scored by our good friend DBK.
Yeah.
Who is now the Dutch national scorer. Or one of the Dutch national scorers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty good job, isn't it?
Yeah, Jules does it at Lords as well. For the counties. Tom Curran drops that one in short. Is that going to be given as a wide? No, it isn't going to be given as wide. It's one for the over there.
I remember reading Bill Frindle's obituary, which was very carefully written, and I slightly got the feeling that perhaps he wasn't the most popular character in the commentary box, but you had to read between the lines.
I think the words idiosyncratic and iconoclast probably spring to mind.
Yes, indeed.
Slower ball and just jabbed either off the pad or maybe inside edge onto pad. Bounces before it gets to Bairstow, who gloves it past himself, and they'll get a single down to long leg.
But fair play to the man. He made a broadcasting speciality his own for 30 odd years.
Incredible, wasn't it? Yeah. Talk about niche. I was just having a quick look at Karunaratne. He's a junior national champion in javelin throwing, and his brothers and fathers are all professional badminton players. So,
well, there you go.
Family. His elder brother was Sri Lanka's #1 badminton player.
Good for him. Now, how many runs do you think Sri Lanka are going to get in total? 230.
I would. Yeah, go.
Well, the line says 232. They're going to get to 232? I don't think they're going to get to 232.
I'm not sure about that. I can see a little clatter coming up.
Yeah, I can too. I'm going to get under that, I think. Just to add a little bit of excitement to the innings.
Say 208. And hope that they get one.
About 220, I reckon. But I don't think they'll get up to 230. Woody is in straight, and Karunaratne just worked it into the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket, who is in now, and there is no run. We're looking at a still of Danajai Silva getting out. He was trying to pull that ball from a little way outside his eye line, outside off stump. Couldn't quite get on top of it. It was a big, thick top edge.
Yeah, I think it got a bit big on him, didn't it?
Yeah.
It ended up head high, not chest high.
Wood.
Shame that.
Yep. On the back foot is Karanawatney. Just forces it out to cover, and there's no run. You're the stats man, Forthy. What? Karanawatney's average.
Yeah, well,
stats for ODIs.
It's pointless talking about tests and ODIs. He's only played one of each.
Oh right.
His first class average is 24.
Okay.
And he's scored 100 and no 50s, so he's coming off the back of almost nothing in terms of batting.
Okay.
Obviously, his bowling's a different matter.
Well, he's going to face up to Woody. Gets behind that. Looks all right. Looks pretty organised. Defends it out to cover, and there's no run.
His list day average is 27.5, so no, slightly better than his first class.
No mug with a bat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's not bad, is it? No, not by any means Tuesdays. He scored 100 in first class, 100 in first class cricket.
70 list A wickets at 22. That's not bad at all.
That's very
not
good.
At all. Tom Moody is regaling stories to somebody in the crowd. Woody is up to the crease, bowls, it's full. Stops the shot, Karanawatney. He's looking to possibly turn it into the leg side. Decided to play with a straight bat up to mid-on. And there's no run. I mean, England have got 7 bowlers here today. Moeen's not bowled. Adil Rashid's only bowled, what, 6-5 overs? I have to get the scorecard up.
Tom Moody does look like a very angry man at the moment on TV. He's gone very red.
He's gone very jabby, hasn't he? He's pointing with some vehemence at something. And he says, I don't understand. What's... No, he's giving the big hand motions and describing something.
Yes, he's telling some awful anecdote.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. That's a forced into the offside. Under edge, though. There's sort of wide slip with Rooty, and there's no run.
I suppose a character like Tom Moody must be a little embittered that he was during the golden age of Australian cricket when he couldn't get a game.
Fair few players in that era, though, weren't there? You know.
And for sure. Brad Hodge.
Yeah, Darren Lehman didn't get much. He was stalwart in county cricket here, wasn't he? On the back foot, forced out to deep cover where David Woody is fielding. And they're going to single off the last ball over Karanawatney.
Jay Griever says, Bitchy obituaries were hilarious. Whoever wrote the Economist's piece on Jonathan Miller must have had a major falling out or were married to him. It's like when you see someone described as a lovable rogue, you know he were a proper wanker.
Yeah. Well,
the other news since I've been away is I've managed to break my table by putting 2 extremely heavy books on it. And if I disappear from view with my computer and my microphone at any stage, because the entire table has collapsed.
You broke it by putting 2 books on it. That's not a very sturdy table, I would suggest, Forthy.
It's a very, very weak table. But the books are, if you can see them, these.
They're quite big, I'll give them that.
On.
But, but still.
The Oxford Companion to British History and the Oxford English Reference Dictionary, which
very nice.
I use as basis for my microphone, but I've broken the table.
Adil Rashid is back into the attack. Prodded at by Karanawatney. Gets it outside half of the bats, racing off down towards third man, and Woody's herring after it. He's going to catch it up, but they should get back for 3, and they do indeed. Are we going to have a crazy run out?
And will it be Billings who runs somebody out?
Yeah.
He's on a roll. He's had, what, 2 in 2, or is it 3 in 2?
Something like that, yeah. That was out the front of the hand by Adil Rashid with a cross seam.
That's a first ball from Rashid. He seemed a bit off today, isn't he?
Yeah, I just think that Sri Lanka probably know how to play spin better than most, you know. I mean, they're certainly more comfortable, it would seem. That's played back to the bowler and there's no run. There's a fair few leggies in there, etc. whether in this squad or not. I mean, they've got a fair few, and whilst they might not be able to all pick his deliveries, they're pretty comfortable playing it. Shanaka facing up. He's the senior partner now. That one goes straight on. It's flatter and quicker. Adil Rashid just defended back down the track, and there's no run.
It's funny when you were saying about De Silva being a certain age. I always think of Adil Rashid as being sort of perpetually 23 and on the cusp of being England's next spinner for 10 years. But presumably he's about 35 now.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, down the track comes Shanaka, clips that sweetly into the leg side. I think about 2, but David Woody's out deep mid wicket and only be the 1. Who's got overs left? Let's have a look.
Rashid is in fact 33 and a bit.
Yeah, he's had trouble with his shoulder as well. That's why he only plays this form of the game. Adil Rashid bowls that. It's a good googly. A big gap between bat and pad for Karen Aratney, but he fortunately gets the inside edge, which races off down to long leg, and he'll get back for 2. David Woody's got 2 left. Sam Curran's got 2 left. Tom Curran's got 2 left. Mark Wood's got 3 left. And Adil Rashid will have 3 left after this. Moeen Ali is yet to bowl.
Well, I get the feeling if he hasn't bowled by now, he may not bowl at all.
Well, one would assume not. I tried to burgle a couple of overs out just to give you some, slack in the system, if you like. Shanaka practices smashing that out to deep mid wicket, having after just defended it back down the track. And there was no run at the last ball of the over. 38 gone, 172 for 6.
Jay Grover says to qualify his previous comment about obituaries, etc. He's got Law and Love, and that's not a command. I think that might be a biography of Stuart Law. Is that correct? He also says YouTube Digest means I want to see what's on Forthy's bookshelf. And Leah says some Oxford dictionaries. My table holds the Kriegstagbuch des Oberkommandos der Wehrmacht. Whatever that is, it's some classification of who was in the German military, I would imagine.
Well, Liam Livingston's on for somebody, and Woody's going to come into bowl to Shanaka. It's into the pads, clipped sweetly out to Billings, who takes a couple of decent strides around, fields it, and it'll just be the 1 run.
And Jay Grover comes back with Adil Rashid's career would have been stellar if it wasn't for Bear's constant negativity.
Well,
but he's a spinner talking to a spinner, let's be fair.
Well, he's not a test bowler, and the reason he wasn't a test bowler is that in test bowling you've got to be able to bowl maidens, and Adil Rashid can never bowl maidens. He always drags one down or does something. I mean, when he was in that series in India that we lost, the one at Cookie, we ended up losing 5-0. Batting first, getting 450 every time. We never got any control with our spinners. You watch Ashwin and Jadeja at home. They don't, they bowl maiden after maiden or 1 and over. And England were constantly going at 3, 4, 5s and over. Clipped into the leg side and there's no run. To mid wicket.
2016-17 series.
Yeah, and if you can't, as a spinner, you've got to be able to create pressure. That's how you're going to take your wickets. Force someone to make a stupid shot. But I thought Leach did that quite well actually when we were out there this winter, just gone. But he didn't really have any backup. Best was hopeless. Moeen would bowl pretty pants in one test, but got a few wickets because the wickets were helpful. That was the first time he bowled in donkeys and then got sent home because he was being rotated. Woody, full, driven, out just past cover, but Moeen is at mid-off on the edge of the circle. And there's 1 run.
So, to the layman, you two, if Rashid can exercise a great deal of control and skill and all of those things in one-day cricket, why, in your opinion, can he not apply it even now to Test match cricket?
Well, the thing is, because the control that he exercises in one-day cricket is going at 5 or 6 and over, which you just can't do in a Test match. I mean,
and it's also against batsmen looking to score the most amount of runs in a limited amount of time, whereas in Test matches you've got as long as you want, basically.
Exactly, and that's dropped short by Woody through the keeper. There's no run. I mean, here he's got 5 fielders out in the deep, so he knows that if he drags one down and he drags it down okayish in the wrong position, but there's a fielder out at cow, it's not going to be 4, it's going to be a single. Whereas he does that in a test match, and your captain wants you to create pressure. Everyone's in the ring because you can't just have people out in the outfield, otherwise you're going to give away singles every ball.
I think our layman should be happy now with that answer.
Fair enough. I mean, that's what Woody and Swan did so well in that series. They won in 10 and 11. Flashed that outside the off stump by Shanaka through the keeper, and there's no run. They did. Panesar and Swan did exactly what the Indian spinners have done to us for years. They just and what Jadeja does so well, which is just basically put it on the same spot, let the wicket pretty much do the wicket. Bowl that length that's difficult. They've either got to attack you or just block it. And if they attack you, they're going to get away with it every once in a while, but you're going to get one to rip because the wickets are turning square, and you get your chances to get wickets.
It seems a shame that Panesar-Swan combination that's the only series we can remember where it worked perfectly. It should have worked more often.
Well, then you can argue Wood is up now, bowls to Shanaka, who pulls that out towards deep middle wicket. Not great, deep square leg with no great time. Billings is out there, it'll be a single. You can argue that isn't so effective in England because you don't get much.
No, not in England.
Exactly.
Not in England.
But that's his home. That's his home turf. So bowling consistently, you might not go for a lot of runs, but then you might not take a lot of wickets. Yeah.
Well, it's a fair amount of cricket we play on the subcontinent. England play on the subcontinent. It just only happened the once in India.
Yeah.
Getting through the socials again, Jeff Perkins says, blaming the books for this broken table when it was probably a Stokesian reaction to the dressing room style reaction to an unfriendly tweet. Is that correct, Forthy?
I mean, look, I'm probably having some unfriendly tweets that you're kindly protecting me from, but I wasn't aware of any today. I have been called a serial killer in the past.
Bowls, it was like slightly turning leg break, angled in at Midland legs, it's just clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single.
Well, presumably that's not talking about Kellogg's, it's talking about the other type of cereal.
Probably. Maybe. I did put up the 1981 Wisdom there because that's the only book that I'm in.
What is your mention for in the 1981 Wisdom?
Yes, I'm in there. Yes.
What for? Please do tell. Adil Rashid tosses that one up outside off stump. This is bunted out to the offside. It's wide enough of cover that they'll get through for a single. For your batting prowess, bowling prowess?
Bowling, as you probably remember, at school, if you got 10 wickets or 100 runs for the first 11 for your grammar school, you got into Wisdom. So that's what I'm in for bowling. The 1980 summer.
10 wickets in innings, I presume.
No, 10 wickets for the entire season, or 100 runs for the whole season.
Oh, really?
You were. Yeah, that was it. That's what.
Well, I must be in a couple then. That's tried to work into the leg side and gets a thick outside edge. It's aerial for a while, but drops short of Woody at short third man. There's no runner. Christ, I must have got about 50 or 60 wickets in my first 11 in my last year.
There you are. Have a look up whatever. I mean, I'll be discreet and not ask in too much detail what year that would be, but
89, I reckon.
I'm sure you'll be able to find it. There you are.
That's worked into the leg side and there's no run. 88 or 89. Maybe both. Played both those years in the first 11.
I can't believe you don't know you're in Wisdom. Everyone knows whether they're in Wisdom or not, don't they? It's been so much fame since then.
Too many wickets to count. There's an appeal from Johnny Bairstow. That's full, but I think it came off the face of the bat rather than the boot. Would have been interesting if it had hit the boot, possibly.
Yeah, would have been.
I think that's just squeezed onto the boot by the bat.
My last ball. Then Hendo's going to make his first appearance today. Woohoo! He's going to be joined by Jacob, as that's defended the leg side, and that is no run. Jacob and Tony are going to join Hendo, who is going to take you through these last 10 overs. All right, Hendo.
Well, it's going to be fun, isn't it? 10 overs of Sri Lanka, just seeing if they can absorb that. Really, isn't it? They've got to stay out there. I think they only batted for 42 overs in the first one-dayer. So the main objective for them here is to get through to 50 overs. Anyway, hello to Jacob, hello to Tony.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you all?
We're doing all right, actually.
Are you? Good. I'm glad to hear it. It's looking like a nice day at the Oval, isn't it? Quite nice for a bit of cricket. And there have been one or two changes to the Oval, haven't there, over the winter, I believe, with regards to the Laker stand.
Yeah.
But having not managed to get up on a tube to see any cricket, I can't bring you any more details about that. Maybe Jason, of course, who's just gone off, probably can, because he's been to the Oval already this year. It's 178 for 6. Shanaka 30 not out, doing a good job. Karen Ratney 9 off 20. Wood is back into the attack. 8 overs, none for 30. And Sri Lanka trying to go past their score of 185 on Tuesday. Finds the outside edge of Shanaka's bat as he pushes forward. It forces the man, quite fine at third man, to run round to his right, and they'll get a single. 179 for 6. Well, it was all a bit crazy, wasn't it, this morning, Tony, early on?
Well, Sam Curran bowled, frankly, magnificently. I mean, there was a lot of swing early on. Both he and Willie were really getting it to hoop in. He did try a couple of short balls that got spanked for 4 on both occasions, but when he stayed pitching it up, I mean, he looked damn near unplayable. But once, as often happens, once the ball started to behave itself, Sri Lanka put together, a bit of a stand, but they've just never really been able to push the accelerator button. Fantastic effort by De Silva.
Yeah, when he was out, that was a real blow, wasn't it? This one is into the chest of the batsman, and they'll run through for singles. He turns it into the onside, and of course Wood fell over in his follow through. I love the idea of Mark Wood, some future as a coach, and he tries to show some young players how to deliver a quick ball, and each time he falls over, I think he'll make a fantastic.
You'll have a whole generation of 12-year-olds just with broken noses as they've flung themselves against hard turf.
You just need to fling yourselves off your feet completely in the follow through.
He is, of course, from Ashington, not Yorkshire.
Indeed. Well, I can't go. My accent doesn't go that far north. This is turned down to long leg, and they'll take a single. 181 for 6. Karen Ratney has now gone into double figures. Shanaka on 32, and we have 9.3 overs remaining. What do we think they can get? What can they get from here? Can't really go too crazy, can they? Because they'll lose wickets probably.
Yeah.
220, 230 maybe.
230, yeah, 230. Well, that would be 50. Yeah, I mean they'd be doing well if they got 230. I think. Neither of these two are going at any great rate. I'm not sure that they will be able to with so few wickets left. Wood in full, driven nicely. Wood is already on the floor, so when the ball arrives back at him,
great anticipation from the lad.
He said, I knew it was coming back that way, so I'll just roll onto my belly.
He's the Bobby Moore of bowlers. He's always just exactly where he needs to be.
He's just entertainment all the way, isn't he, Mark Wood? I just love watching him. He's brilliant. 181 for 6. The run rate at the moment 4.45. 4 and over would get them up to 250, wouldn't it?
220, I think.
220, 230. Sorry, I'm thinking of 40 overs and 60 overs, not 50 overs. This is edged again down to that fairly fine-ish third man. I think it's David Willey down there. They'll just take the single. And Sri Lanka moved on to 182 for 6. Something's tickling Tony. I can hear him giggling off camera.
You can hear me being tickled.
I could. What's tickling you, Tony?
Jay Grover wants to know which bastard called my boy Forthy a serial killer. He also says I don't think Bear went to a posh school. And Grand Theft Artist says Forthy may not be a serial killer, but he does work in advertising. So it was that association.
Basically equivalent, aren't they, Tony?
Well, hold on a minute. I think I have to rather defend those of us of the advertising profession.
So this is more deliberately played down to third man by Shanaka. He'll go to 33. And at the end of the 41st over, Sri Lanka will move on to 183 for 6. Tony?
Don't sell the sausage, sell the sizzle. That's what I was always taught. You can't go far wrong if you remember that. David Football says, what school? And I will consult my library. I think that's about you, Bear. I know it must be a very good school because it was approved. Jason Hiscox Oh, Jason. Should I read Jason? He's here. I was looking at him 2 seconds ago. In terms of member space in the vast upgrade, he's talking about the Oval. So yes, I will. 175 bar area is 3 times the long room plus balcony area in Pavilion, and there's the same amount upstairs on the next level and only slightly less on the top level.
Oh yes, just saw a long distance view of that from the camera. This is swept quite sweetly by Shanaka as it new over begins from Adil Rashid, and they take 1 to deep square leg. Now Moeen hasn't had a bowl today, has he? And doesn't look like he's going to get one.
No.
We have 2 overs for Willie, Curran and Curran, and another over for Mark Wood. This is Rashid's penultimate one. I'd be surprised if we get to see anything of Moeen.
Part of the rest and rotation. You put him out there with a bit of kit on, but you don't actually ask him to do anything. Same idea.
Yeah. A slip is in. Who would believe that at this stage of the game? And it's driven powerfully down the ground, all the way along the ground, and so just a single to long off. And the score moves on to 185 for 6. So Sri Lanka have equalled the score that they made on Tuesday. And these games come so thick and fast, I've completely forgotten where that game was coming from. Where was that game the other day?
Durham?
That Bristol. Oh, it's Durham, wasn't it?
Chesterland Street, yeah.
Chesterland Street, that's right. I couldn't be much further away, could I? Durham and Bristol.
Birthplace of Barry Endine. What a player he was for Watford.
If you say so. Flicked away by Shanaka, moving down the wicket and helping it out to deep mid-wicket, Willie Fields. And then underarms it into Rashid, 186 for 6.
I can tell you, by the way,
35.
Sorry, Andy. The Bear went to Watford Grammar, where I nearly went, actually, although I would have been a few years ahead of him.
But he knows no grammar. Rashid in bowls. Now that does turn, but it was a little bit short. And Karen Naratne had time to go back and flick it up to mid-on, or wide-ish of him, so they're going to get through for a single.
A questionable advert for the grammar school system, but there we go. There we go.
What do they learn in English? Oh, there was a lot of talking about Muppets in their English lessons, no doubt. In comes Rashid again, a little bit too short and flicked away once more to the edge of the circle. In fact, well placed, because they're going to come back for a second. Willie had to run in quite a way from the edge at mid-wicket. And so back for a couple they come, 189 for 6. 1 ball remaining of the 42nd over, which is just about when Sri Lanka were all out on Tuesday. Looks a good pitch, looks a better pitch than 189 for 6.
Yeah,
got themselves. Sorry, go on, Jake.
Sorry, there's been a little bit of turn for Rashid so far, but Mark Wood had a couple leap off a length, but there's been nothing. Ooh.
That said, you were about to say that's gone past the outside edge. Carry on though.
There's been nothing too extreme. I was about to say, or undue, but then we get one which got a rip past the outside edge from middle stump. But never mind.
Well, since I've been watching, he has got a couple to turn, Rashid. So maybe that's a good sign for Sri Lanka's spinners. I know, Tony, you were talking about the Andrew Fernando article on Cricinfo in last night's.
I wrote my own article about it.
Yeah, indeed, and talking about this, it was a problem that spinners had topped their averages. The best bowlers in their domestic tournament have been spinners. 90% of them were spinners. But is that really a problem? I mean, you are talking about a net. No, but Fernando was arguing that, wasn't
he? He was, but merely the fact that the pitches are so dusty and worn that it's almost exclusively that way they take their wickets, which doesn't necessarily prepare you for playing in other places, as it were.
Tucked away to mid-wicket. But that was surely what we always expected of India and Pakistan in the past, wasn't it? Very dusty pitches. And maybe that's partly why we've seen much more of a development of quicker bowlers, certainly in India, over the last 20 or 30 years.
And also, don't we apply the same principle over here? County cricket, all the top 20 wicket takers, or at least most of them, bar Simon Harmer, are seamers. The ball moves everywhere, and then we go over to India and get trounced because we don't know how to play spin properly. Yeah, I mean, it's part of the joy of different conditions in some respects. In comes Wood, driven up to mid-off, starts out on a single, but realises he's hit it too firmly, Karen Naratne, so there won't be one. Moeen Ali was the man doing the fielding. Score remains 189 for 6. Yeah. So I didn't. When I read that, I mean, both in his article and your article, I thought to myself, that shouldn't necessarily be a
problem. But
no, I think that's fair enough. I was really quoting his myriad reasons for the issues Sri Lanka face, but probably that was a lesser one amongst them. In terms of the, it's more about the structure of the game there, the sort of bloated nature of the board. It's all those other things.
Short one from Wood, which Karen Ratney just ducks inside. And well, there might have been thoughts of a wide, but I don't think so. It was just over the top of leg stump, really. Also, how have things changed? I was wondering. I mean, it's always interesting to go and look at what these problems might be, and it's always nice to have someone outline or highlight what those are, especially if they have experience of that particular area of the world. But how did they produce such a good team in the first place, unless things have changed drastically? Did they just have an incredible pool of talent, or a period when there was an incredible pool of talent, and now they haven't? I don't know. Wood in, wide on the crease, fended away as it bounces high up towards Karen Ratney's chin and down into the offside. Again, there is no run. Good over this so far from Wood. I just wonder if anyone's got any thoughts on that.
That is a very good question. So you're right, everyone has focused on the current problems, and they've cited the bloated nature of the board, the bizarre construction of the domestic competitions, the contract situation, and all of those other things. But yeah, the fact is they've produced a golden generation that's won itself a World Cup, let's not forget.
And longer than that, I mean, in comes Wood outside the off stump, pushed backward a square, and there is no run. That's on the offside. Yeah, so I was just thinking, I mean, looking at Sangakkara's career, it was 2000 to 2015. And he was part of that great team. And we were looking back on ODIs, and in 2006, Sri Lanka came here and won that ODI series 5-0. 5-0 with incredible batting lineup, really, and also decent bowling lineup, has to be said. But that was 10 years after they won the World Cup, so there was a long period of success for Sri Lanka, really. Wood again, running into Karen Ratney, bowls him a bouncer down the leg side. I think that will be given as a wide, won't it? Well, I don't think that Karen Ratney can believe that hasn't been given as a wide, but it hasn't, and I think just a single from that over. 189 for 6-7 to go. Tony.
Yes, gosh, where to start here? There's quite a few. Warren is updating us about his travails today. Starting to think, we're not probing him for this, by the way, but he's offering it up, saying, starting to think I should have done the pill cam procedure instead. Jay Grover said, I once tried to teach my wee nephew how to throw a punch using your waist and legs for momentum. I pulled a back muscle. Jeff Perkins says, isn't Mark Wood already setting up a future coaching set up to coach future generations of fainting goats? Grand Theft Auto says, I work in marketing, of course. I'll just hold that.
Rashid bowls a full ball. It's swept, and swept well for 4 runs, down to where the old scoreboard used to be. In fact, there is still an electric scoreboard there, and it's 4 runs.
Our jingle man is currently absent from his post, I believe.
So he has.
So,
he's gone
headed
AWOL
for the woods.
Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, well, it is 4 runs.
Gone into hibernation.
He surely has. Rashid in again. Down the wicket comes Shanaka. A long follow through on that. A high back lift. But he's still only going to get a single as it runs up to long on. 194 for 6, which is that's a hell of an improvement from 21 for 4, which is what it was when I was out and about earlier. And
it is a bit like the Riverside in a way, isn't it? Shocking start and then bit of ship steadying plus, really, I would describe this as.
Yeah, it's a shame to see Dhananjaya get out when he did. He was batting really nicely. Rashid in again, a little bit flat, pops up off the pad. Suddenly saw Bairstow's eyes light up as he thought maybe there was an inside edge and he might be able to come from behind and snatch it from the air, but soon realised that it had popped a little bit too far forward for him. Don't think there was any edge on it anyway. But a bit of variation in length from Rashid here, I have to say. This one is thrown up and he drives very well, and although there are people out at long on and long off, one of whom is Billings, no one will get that. 4 runs for Karen Ratney, 198.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And the bear is back, as you can tell from the jingle. Tony.
Yes, sorry, I'll finish Grand Theft Auto's thing. But I often recall what Bill Hicks said: anyone here working marketing, kill yourself. No, seriously, just kill yourself. Mark Zip says, for a band made up of advertising folks, you don't half miss your opportunities to ask for money.
Rashid bowls, and they're going to get a single to extra cover. The throw came in. They thought they might get an overthrow, but it was well backed up out of camera or off camera. So just the 199 for 6. Sorry, I thought it was the end of the over. There was still a couple of balls left. I misled you a little bit there, Tony.
Right,
led you up the garden path.
You did. Where you'll find my shed.
Indeed. It bowls again. Onto the front foot comes Shanaka. Defends this into the offside, and there is no run. It's all yours, Tony.
Righto, yes, Mark Zip. For a band made up of advertising folks, you don't half miss your opportunities to ask for money. I know time's tight in white ball games, but that's what drinks breaks are for. Less wibble, more sizzle. Jeff Perkins says, don't sell the sausage, sell the sizzle. Young Tony was told, so he went into marketing instead of becoming a gigolo.
Well, talking of gigolos and Tony Bishops, if you do want to look up another Tony Bishop online, you will find that there is one of those.
That's a lot of sausage we're talking there, by the way.
Lots of sausage.
Warren says, the bear was a grammar school boy. I would have had odds on a comprehensive. That's a bit harsh. Well, Bear, I'm just reading the message. Don't go signalling that to me. Don't shoot me. I'm only the piano player, or in this case, the flute reader.
I'm so disappointed the bear didn't have a microphone to his mouth at that very point. Oh my dear! Damn!
I just read a bear.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
It was money well spent. Although they don't pay to go to grammar schools, do you? Willie starts a new over. He's in, bowls to Karen Aratney, who somehow off the back foot gets it past Willie's outstretched foot, and they come through for a single. I should say that that final over from Mark Wood, he ended with very acceptable figures. Didn't take a wicket. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 36.
I think there needs to be a new category though in his figures. It does register the number of times he face plants.
It does. It does need
a key statistic with Mark Wood, isn't it?
It is. I mean, they may get around to that. I mean, CricViz, they're so far behind the curve, aren't they? This is pulled. Would have been a simple catch for someone at mid wicket, but there is no one there. Much to the annoyance of the bear. In comes Billings from the edge of the field to hurl the ball back in. 201 for 6. Karen Aratney's been there now for 35 balls. He's providing really good support, and this is all that Sri Lanka could do, really, from the position they were in. Make sure they use up their overs. It's Karen Aratney waiting again. In comes Willie, and it's like trying to bowl him a little cutter there, but he flicked it away against the cut, as it were. Billings again in action, and another single is taken. 202 for 6.
It is a bit sort of club cricket, Hendo, in that the idea is just to see out the overs. As long as we actually stay in and get to the end of the innings, we'll get a decent enough score. It's just the trouble is always not losing those wickets.
It's a minor triumph, short and pulled by Shanaka, and in fact Root, who is in an unfamiliar position of deep backward square, won't get round to that, and it's a very useful 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I tell you what, whenever Willie and notably Sam Curran decided to drop it short, they tended to have got thumped.
Well, I think Willie was trying to bowl the slower one there, the slower short one, because it was only 74 miles an hour. Unless he got it horribly wrong, but it was a terrible ball, really. This is a little bit fuller. The cut is aimed by Shanaka, but he fails to make contact, goes down on one knee in supplication, and there is no run. 206 for 6. Tony.
Farong says, just one from Silly Mid-Off. With the Olympics a few weeks away, which sports would be best suited to the commentary by the GC crew? Lockdown day 1, too much tea. I don't know what he's putting in his tea. Ooh, I think we'd love to have a go at curling, wouldn't we?
That's not really Summer Olympics, though, is it?
Oh, no, it's wrong. No, you're absolutely right. That would be the Winter Olympics, wouldn't it?
Willie in again. He gives himself room and plays a fantastic cut shot, but he's going to be caught. He's going to be caught. He played it really well, but he's hit it straight, I think, to Sam Curran, who was on the point boundary. And although he gets full marks for innovation, he gets very few marks for execution.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
And a third wicket for David Willey, who is quite happy. He says he's taking a third wicket now. Dasan Shanaka made 47, and his partner ran up to him as he was halfway off just to pat him on the back. I'm not really sure what that's all about. Maybe it's a new form of morale boosting in the Sri Lankan camp. They need something, don't they? But he's gone, Shanaka. Good knock from him. 47 from 67. 2 4s and a 6.
Jay Grover says, sigh. Like a votive offering? I read Tony's article and enjoyed it. I had no problems with either grammar or punctuation. I hope this soothes Bishop's fragile ego. It does, Jay. I pay very careful attention to your criticisms.
He had no problems with either grammar or punctuation because it had been through the sieve of subbing.
Apart from the one in the first paragraph, which I had to get the bear to change late last night. But we'll gloss over that.
When you have 30 mistakes, you sometimes miss one. And then you always pick up on the one because you haven't seen the other 30.
At least this one was, I genuinely I checked back and it was one I had made and you had missed, as opposed to one that I hadn't made and you'd inserted. So, but this one definitely was me, 100%. I looked at it, I thought that doesn't make sense. It was absolutely me.
Well, I was doing it. I was also doing it in between subbing stories for a more important organ.
More important organ?
Well, a more important in terms of giving
mine.
In terms of giving me money.
Although
I don't tell anyone I said that because I shouldn't have been doing that. Anyway, 206 for 7. Shanaka is the man out, and that was the final ball of the over. Curran Tom is back into the attack, bowling to Karunaratne. Benura Fernando is the new batsman at the non-striker's end, and in comes Curran bowls, and it's tickled away into the onside, and they will take one. Willie coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. 207 for 7.
Going back to Tony's Olympics question, I do have a slight cheat answer, as I believe soon they're introducing T10 cricket into the Olympics, and so that would be very well suited to the GC commentary team.
We might have to cut down our jingles a bit. The game would be over by the time.
I was kind of outraged enough that they wanted to make it T20 cricket as the Olympics format of cricket, but T10. Curran again in bold. Benura essays a rather flamboyant drive over the top of extra cover. I think it's just about got legs on it to carry itself away to the boundary. Indeed it has. 4 runs. So good start for Benura. Very nicely played. Got it up and over. And, he's off the mark with a boundary. Yes, talking of Olympics, those people that occasionally stay on and listen to guerrilla cricket, hoping to find out secrets at the end of play, defended slower ball into the offside. In comes Morgan very rapidly. Benura won't get a single there. May remember that it must have been the Rio Olympics, I guess, 2016, that the Bear and I had a go at double dressage commentary. And a great success it was. It spawned all sorts of other guerrilla sports.
Just like watching Mark Wood bowl, isn't it?
A bit like that, yeah. Although none of them fell over. Onto the back foot went Benura on this occasion. Just dropped it down to backward point. There is no run. So yeah, dressage is up there. We could do that again. What other Olympic sports are there?
You need something relatively sedate. We can't really have the 100 metres on guerrilla cricket. We just don't quite have the pace for it.
Oh God, we
what
just
about
said
walking. Isn't walking one of the Olympic
there
events?
is.
We could do that. The Olympic walking.
Yeah, but you have to stop yourself laughing while watching that, don't you? Another slow ball finds an inside edge as Benura pokes at it, and it's going to run down, would you believe, to the fine leg boundary for 4 as Johnny Besto chases after it.
I always think that looks like a bunch of people in vests trying to get to the toilet before they have an accident.
What's that?
The Olympic walking thing.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? It really is. It's hilarious, and it doesn't change, does it? No. You don't see many people around training. Where do they go to train these days? I don't see many people doing that around my way. So they must have special indoor arenas so that people don't laugh at them. Kept away from the public gaze. Curran, final ball of his 9th over. Short, horrible, over the top, well over the top. Surely that's going to be given as a wide. It is. And the score moves on to 216 for 7
Wide.
with 41 overs remaining. Yeah, I like the idea of the 100 metres. We'd probably just say start. Oh, finished. That would be about it. We wouldn't have time to say anything else.
Let's just jingle up the pot at O.
Yeah. Oh, what happened? Was that Bolt? Anyway, Curran again into Benura. Oh, this one rises on him. He was shaping to play an extravagant drive off the back foot, and then it just popped on him a little bit, and he had to defend it into the offside. There is no run. That is the end of the over. Tony.
Leah says thrashing England in white ball cricket in that era, she's talking about Sri Lanka here I think, is not that impressive to be honest. They had won a grand total of 0 ICC trophies at that point. Jay Grover is leaping to your defence, Hendo. You can accuse Hendo of many things. Not begging for money isn't one of them. And what's wrong with going to a comprehensive?
Well, nothing's wrong with going comprehensive at all. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure what you can accuse me of. I don't actually beg for money that often. I just tend to do it when you're around, Jay. But as Mark Zip says, we don't do it enough. And I'm probably the only one who remembers to do it on occasion. Anyway, Sam Curran's going to come back into the attack. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
And he might have been able to discern through the cacophony there that there was a wide along with the jingle. It was a horrible short slower ball that dribbled past him on the leg side. In he comes again, bowls short again. Has he got top edge to that? I think he has. Bairstow claims it as Sam Curran has a fourth, 4 for 42. Sri Lanka 217. Oh, 5 is it? 217 for 8, 5 for 42, and Karunaratne is gone. Yeah, quite clear glove through to the keeper there as he tried to play the pull shot. And Sam Curran, no wonder he was so excited. I did think he was getting overexcited for his 4th wicket, and I thought maybe they were his career best, but now he's got a 5-fer. Not sure whether he's got a 5-fer in one-day cricket before. I'd have to check it out, but a very good performance from him. Tony.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, right. Grand Theft Auto. So, I'm not sure I'll read all of this one. I might give that one a swerve. It's about William Wood. The Jersey Jingler says, us jinglers didn't make all those begging jingles for nothing. Oh wait, actually we did. Indeed.
Yeah, you did.
Warren, GC Radio Olympics 20k walk. I'd like to hear that. Messi Jez has sent a picture of a bear school with a picture of a bear. Not sure if it was comprehensive or grammar, but there definitely is a school for the bear. Sort of an Ursine version of Hogwarts, apparently. Pirate Badshaw said, I'd pay for guerrilla Olympic fencing commentary.
Would we just be able to say, oh, that must have hurt? Ouch! Oh, ow! Ooh.
He's prodded him.
Stop prodding me.
I can't see who's who because they've got masks on, but one has just prodded the other one again.
Oh my god! That could be fatal. One of those. Dushmantha Chameera is the new batsman, the number 10, and he's on jingle.
He wears a Sri Lankan cap. He bowls it nice and quick, though his radar can be crap.
You expect that to go on longer because it's quite good. He ducks under the first delivery, which is a 79 mile per hour bouncer, but it's not a wide because he got down low. As we look at that rather well directed bouncer that got the wicket before, it's straight at the batsman, and it got a little bit bigger on him than he expected, and
probably thinking about the number of times the bouncer didn't work.
Well, yes, true. Curran again in, and a big smear from Chameera. He was aiming that somewhere over deep mid-wicket. Made no contact, so a swing and a miss. And through the best, so it goes. 217 for 8. Benura Fernando has 8. Chameera has yet to score.
They look like they're thinking of a review here, but Morgan's not interested anymore. But they were considering it for a minute. Bairstow looked interested.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad idea. They've still got 2, haven't they? Sri Lanka have used up all of theirs by the looks of things, but in the end they decided against it. So Curran halfway through his 9th over. It's going to be coming in again. The run rate has just gone ahead a little bit, 4.67. He's in again, bowling into the pitch, and Chimera waits for it, turns it down to long leg, takes the single. So he's off the mark, 218 for 8. We're looking at ultra edge to see if there was any contact. It missed by a very long way, absolutely nowhere near. So why on earth some fool, as in Johnny Bairstow, thought that might be out? I don't know. Anyway, Curran to continue, coming into Benura. Benura turns this off his legs, behind square. They run through relatively quickly. They thought about a second, but I don't think there's one on. 219 for 8, 1 ball remaining in the 47th over. Just checking on Sam Curran's best bowling in one-day internationals. It's not actually that impressive, to be honest. He'd only got 7 wickets in all before today. Only played 9 ODIs. He's in again, bowls are shorter. Again, this one comes off the thigh pad and into the offside. Fielders, bowlers, wicketkeepers converge, and there is no run. 219 for 8. Tony.
Yes, indeed. Leah says you should get epically plastered and commentate on the Olympic golf. Small Mammal says I would like to hear Guerrilla Olympic track cycling Madison commentary. Harriet Atkinson says, is croquet an Olympic sport? Nice and sedate for you. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Farong, Farong was thinking like me. Synchronized swimming, perhaps. Please follow up on the double dressage, double Olympic individual dressage champion Charlotte Dujardin will bid for historic 3 in a row after being named in the Great Britain team for the Tokyo Games.
I do love that name, Dujardin.
Off the garden. Charlotte of the garden.
Charlotte of the garden. Brilliant. Tom Curran is going to bowl his final over. His figure's not quite as impressive, but he's done a pretty good job, certainly in terms of keeping the runs down. He's just gone at 4 and over, 37 runs from his over so far, and that's just chipped in the air, just over backward point. Jason Roy, I think, stretching for that one, could have done himself a mischief, hasn't. It's run away, and it's 4 runs. Very useful boundaries being hit here by Benura, and doing quite well, isn't he? He's doing quite a good job. It's not
He's
all
in uncharted territory at the moment for himself. His previous top score of 2 against England at Durham 2021. So
amazing.
He's doing pretty well.
It's amazing that he came in and hit his first ball for 4 over the top of extra cover with a record like that. This one he tries to drive, but he's fooled in the flight of Curran's slower ball and just drags it down the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. 13 not out, so he's improved on his best dramatically, really. That was the one out the back of the hand. It's always too good for tail enders. Better batsmen quite often picking it these days. I think Curran's had problems with that people have worked him out to a certain extent. Here he is again, full, and not quite sure where Benura was aiming that, probably through extra cover or cover. Somehow he's dragged it with the inside edge down to long on. As he was running down the wicket, he was still looking to the offside as if the ball might have gone there, but it didn't. Went nowhere near. And rather horrible, really. But another run to the Sri Lanka total, which now moves on to 224 for 8. And Curran Tom comes in again, bowls to Chimera, hangs his bat out there to another ball that bounces a couple of times on its way to the wicket-keeper. And this is all quite entertaining. Just 69 miles an hour, that delivery. You can still bowl at 69 miles an hour, can't you, Tony?
Me, personally, honestly, my slower ball is the one I can actually run faster and overtake as on its way to the feet of the batsman. And
then hit it for 4. Yes. Defended into the offside. They will take a single. That's much better from Chimera. Just picking up something from the delivery. 225 for 8. Fernando has 14. Chimera has 2. 1 ball remaining of Tom Curran's 10. And he's now gone from gone for 43 runs. So he'll be pretty happy.
We could do a lot of damage to the rhythmic gymnastics, I reckon.
Oh, steady on. Curran in again, outside the off stump, launched by Fernando. He just piled into a cut shot, really, but picked out Owen Morgan at extra cover. There is no run. End of the 48th. Sri Lanka 225 for 8. Tony.
Warren says this is about the bear and his school. How could he sneak a quick smoke behind the toilets when we all know that they evacuate in the woods?
Hey.
Indeed. Let's see who else we have. Not Titmus would like to hear the bear doing rhythmic gymnastics. Okay, I don't
hear
know
it.
I meant
like to hear it. You wouldn't want to see it. You wouldn't want to see the bear doing rhythmic.
So I'll hear him commentating on it, I think. Who else do we have? We have a few people on YouTube. Diane Keithley is telling us Kohli is the best batsman in the world. This is a response to Mr. Singh, who's reappeared today.
Start of a new over. Nicely driven, full ball from Curran by Chimera, but straight to cover point. They still have come through for 1, so he goes to 3. 226 for 8. Well, we were saying 230, Jacob, a few minutes ago, weren't we? Where they might get a little bit more than that. They could even get up to 240 if things go their way.
Yeah, Sri Lanka won't be unhappy here. I think we certainly thought, run rate of about 4, that was in their grasp, and that would get them to 220, 230. But they're going at 4.6 at the moment, and these two don't look like they want to slow down particularly.
Nicely pulled, quite straight this time, and they're going to get back for a second as the man from deep mid-wicket has to run round 20 or 30 yards to his left. Sam Billings being kept busy out there. Binura, a man who'd only ever scored 2 runs, or had a high of 2 runs, now 16 not out, so completely unexpected this. 16 not out from 11 deliveries, 228 for 8.
He had also only scored 2 ODI runs. He had 2 ducks and a 2 in his 3 matches.
He made 20 in the T20s, didn't he?
Oh, did he? He attempts a pull off Curran on this occasion to a short ball, but makes no contact. Through to Bairstow it goes, and there is no run. Now, what do we think? What do you think? I want to put this out to the Twitterati. I was thinking that we might just do a couple of 100 games at the beginning of the tournament, just to see what they're like and maybe take the piss. Any thoughts on that? Curran in again, full one outside off stump, and he'd given himself room, Fernando, and then couldn't lay the bat on it, and through it goes to Bairstow. Now, seeing as it's aimed at younger people, Jacob, how do you feel about the 100?
Being at my heart and soul an old grump, I hate it.
Good.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea.
It's awful, isn't it?
I think it's cricket commercialism gone mad, and that we should really only play Test cricket, but this white ball nonsense can be just about accepted. But the 100 is a step too far for me.
It really is. Clobbered through the offside this time by Binura. Nicely played, but straight to Willie on the boundary edge at extra. They'll take a single. 229 for 8. 1 ball remaining of Sam Curran's final over. I still think we've got to watch it, haven't we? Because everyone will be watching the first couple of games to see how it goes. And I thought we could have a bit of fun on Twitter. If you really hate the idea, it'll be a great Twitter experience if we do a game or 2 just to start with. And then if we like it, then we can carry on, I suppose. He aims a cut at this one, giving himself room, but again fails to make contact. It's the end of the 49th. Curran has finished with 5 for 48 from his 10. Sri Lanka are 229 for 8. Tony.
Yes, Jeff Perkins says the bear was more likely to go to an incomprehensive, surely. Again, Bear, don't go gesturing at me. I'm merely reading them out.
It's quite funny, though.
Warren says Olympic sport, synchronised swimming or beach volleyball. Yeah, synchronised swimming we could have all sorts of fun with.
Yeah, beach volleyball's not quite so good for old men, is it, really, to commentate on? So we'd have to get our younger team in for that. Anyway, carry on.
Jason says I prefer watching Louis bowling at 70 miles an hour instead. Yes, I do. Guess he's playing this weekend if selected for Staines and Leyland 2s. I think he might be in the ones this weekend, but he hasn't confirmed that yet. We shall find out. Stan Weasler says 5 in consecutive days for England. Kate Cross had one yesterday against India. So Kate Cross yesterday in that game, and Sam Curran today. Absolutely right.
Yeah, they ended up being quite a close one, that one, didn't he? Top edged by Binura. Is it going to carry to long leg? It is indeed. It's a good tumbling catch low down by Adil Rashid, and Willie has he got 5? No, he's got 4. That'll be 4 for 52. Sri Lanka are 229 for 9, so maybe we were right about 230.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
And of course, the other thing about the 100 is that because none of us like the idea and haven't really followed it, we don't know what will be happening. I mean, apparently there could be 10 ball overs and all sorts of weird things. So there'll be all sorts of confusion, even more than normal. So I imagine the Twitterati would quite enjoy that.
Yeah, the problem I have with it, if I'm serious about it for a moment, is that I know it runs alongside the blast, but it kind of contributes to the blast problem of pushing county cricket into odd and separated parts of the year in April and then in September, where the pitches aren't really what you want. They're not good for batting, and it compromises our test team. If you look at somewhere like New Zealand, where they've made a conscious effort in the domestic game I know they've got good weather all year round, but they've made a conscious effort to make good pitches for batting. It's helped their batsmen and bowlers.
That was a hat-trick ball, by the way, as Willie came in, and it was carted without any great timing down to long on. The new batsman is Asitha Fernando. Is it worth jingling him up? Let's see if the bear can turn that way and do the business.
Everybody's a seamer, and that includes Asitha, and everybody's in cricket.
Here he comes again into Jamira, who just drops this into the offside. Backward a square, they'll come through for a single, 231 for 9.
And if you listen to Gorilla Cricket, their jingles are rarely complete.
What's that say at the end? The jingles are really what?
Complete, I think.
Complete.
Yeah. Willie then is trying to complete his 10th over. He's got 4 for 54. He's in, he bowls. Oh, that's driven quite nicely. It could be caught. No, it's cleared. Billings, who leaps for it at long on. But what a hit that was. What a great shot from Jamira. And in one big blow, he takes Sri Lanka to 237. Cleared the front leg. And, well, he's not just a very good opening bowler, Jamira. He can wield the willow on that.
A long handle.
Evidence. Yes, indeed. Very nice, very nice. I don't suppose Willie was expecting that. He's gone to 10, and there are 2 balls left. In comes Willie again. Shorter one, which he carts off the back foot. Is it going to be caught? No, he's cleared the man who's come in at mid-off. Root hurries back. They run through for 2. He's got them to 240. Brilliant work from Jamira. He goes to 12 not out. 240 for 9. Oh, just listen. Just a moment of silence, and we heard Luigi tweeting in the background in the Claygate Amazon. Here comes Willie again. Bowls it short, top edged. Is someone going to get underneath that? No, it's going to plop to ground on the edge of the 30-metre circle at backward square leg, and they've raced back for 2, I think, there, which has taken them on to, I must have misled you, to 241 for 9. So from the depths of 12 for 3 and 21 for 4, Sri Lanka will have to feel that they've done reasonably well. It probably won't be enough. It's a good batting wicket, but 241 for 9 has at least made something of a game of it, something for those people at the Oval to enjoy, and so congratulations to them in that respect. Good recovery. Tony?
Yes, quite a few actually. Let me just start by saying, by the way, that tomorrow I'm going to interview Becky Fairley-Clark of the Cricket Supporters Association, who have just released the results of their survey, which of course has a lot of opinion about the 100. So if you want me to ask her anything, particularly in your role as cricket fans, just ping us, and I'll see if I can include questions when I talk to her tomorrow. Ravi Nair says, the 100, please do the 100. You might actually enjoy it. I certainly will enjoy it more if the Gorillas are doing it. Jay Grover says, I've just read Vic Marks' new book. I now have the fear of being stuck in a lift with him and Chave. If the 100 is mentioned once again, there is no shame in going to a comprehensive, you posh bucks.
We didn't say there was. We were just joking. For goodness sake, Jay.
Anne Lawson says, Gorilla's commentating on the 100 and taking piss, probably the only way I will take any interest. Pretentious purist moi, you betcha. Jay Grover says, fair dues, my school was shit, but there's no reason to devalue state education. Jay,
you're missing a point. I mean, Jay, can you not tell when we have tongues in cheek? I mean, for goodness sake. We're only doing this to take the piss out of the bear. Yeah, carry on.
A couple more. Jeff Perkins says, a couple of 100 games. Seems quite a lot, Hendo. Why not just start with a few?
Hey! I was waiting for someone to come back on that. As I said it.
I'm going to read this anyway. Jay Grover again. The educational elitism is drifting worryingly into GCFA territory. If I ever go to South Africa, I will truthfully claim I'm an alumni of King Edward's. I'll also say "ya" a lot. King Edward's, isn't that right, where they grow potatoes?
An alumni of potatoes. That's very good.
I presumably have to wear a jacket.
Possibly. Anyway, that's it for the time being. There'll be a bit of a break now. I'm just looking at the England bowling figures. Well, it was just two bowlers really. Willie took 4 for 64, and Sam Curran took 5 for 48. Let me see if I can give you anything in regards to the actual scorecard, just to keep up to date in case you were late joining us. The wickets were early ones for Sam Curran, as Kusal Pereira was LBW for a duck, Avishka Fernando was LBW for 2, Pathan Nissanka was bowled by Curran for 5, 12 for 3 at that point. Charith Asalanka went caught by the sub, George Garton, off the bowling of Willie. So it's been a left armless day all day, isn't it? Because Garton is also a left arm seamer. But there was a couple of good, decent partnerships. Dhananjaya De Silva and Wanindo Hasaranga. Hasaranga finally went, caught Billings, bowled Curran for 26, but then De Silva and Shanaka joined in a decent stand. Eventually Dhananjaya was caught off short ball from Willie by Root at deep backward square for 91 off 91 balls, 13 fours, really well batted from him. Chamika Karunaratne was also a victim of Curran, caught behind off Bairstow, just gloving it through. He made 21. Dasan Shanaka went for 47. Curran bowled Willie on the point boundary. Benura Fernando, nice little cameo from him, 17. Caught Rashid, bowled Willie from 15 balls. Dushmantha Chamira remained 14 not out. And Asitha Fernando, 1 not out. 241 for 9. We're going to have to do some jiggling with the rotors again during the break, but we shall be back after some highlights. I imagine, the Bear. I presume you've got something lined up. Have you, Bear? He sort of nods in a sort of the way of a man who's been to a comprehensive.
Went to grammar school, you know.
I
know. We're going back to the final day of the World Test Championship.
Oh my word, that was exciting. All right, see you in a little while.
See you.
Bye.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And he had a period just before lunch where they gave him the whole of the leg side, and he was happy to drop it into the leg side and take one. I think a couple of times he got 2. Wagner again is short, takes the glove, I think, there of Jadeja, but bizarrely there are no slips, possibly because it's this leg stump line, and it goes to a man at a kind of crazy fly slip position. Funky Fields.
No, I think that's wrong.
The end of the over.
I thought that was going to fly to a slip, and then, as you said, there was absolutely none there. It seems a bit bizarre straight after lunch.
Jeff Perkins says there are places a draw just won't do, and you can only get into with a tie. Ryan Barry says they changed it for last year so that draws and ties are both worth 8 points, wins are 16. They may change it back next year. I think he's referring to NFL, NHL, or whatever.
Well, I think he's referring to the county championship because
yeah.
it was 5 points for a draw last year, and Joe Root led voices that were saying we need to encourage players to bat out the draw, so it's gone to 8 points. And this ball goes through to BJ Watling. Again, that little bit of extra zip that he always gets, does Jameson, taken head height by BJ Watling. And Dinesh Karthik, who is probably man of the match, certainly from the media people, is doing a little selfie there with the DK Shared Appreciation Society.
I thought he was
very good. If you haven't heard Dinesh Karthik on commentaries. He has a very relaxed and dry sense of humour, but allies it to perceptive comments. Here is Jameson is in again. This is wide of off stump, and Jadeja is happy to leave that alone. He's seen that before. Yes, it's a bit of Jadeja vu for that delivery.
Briney001 says, speaking of the Vitality Blast, I tried to buy a ticket to the next game at Northampton. The only tickets available for non-members are blocks of 6 for £150 in the bench area. I don't want 6, I just want 1.
Yes, he no wanted just 6 for Northampton. You've got to cut them a little bit of slack in these COVID times, particularly when they were gearing up for unrestricted crowds, and then have had to restrict crowds. I'm pretty quick to criticise counties for making life difficult for spectators, but I think in these times we just have to accept a little bit of that, as that's outside off stump from Jameson, and there is no run there.
Would it be the case of, if you're near the ground, maybe just going and seeing and saying, look, can I just get one ticket on my own somewhere?
It's really hard to know, because on Monday I decided to go and see In the Heights at Curzon Wimbledon, and usually I just turn up and show my membership card and go in, but this time I thought, I better book it. So as Jameson is in, and this is hands dropped by Jadeja through to the keeper again. So I ended up booking it just in case when I got there they said, you haven't completed the right forms, or you haven't booked in time, and we haven't got seats that we can guarantee socially distancing and so on. So I'm in the bizarre position of I booked online 40 minutes before the show was to start. And then it was a bit of a disappointing film, to be honest. But,
did you have to wear a mask in the cinema?
You're supposed to, unless you're drinking, so I take a gin and tonic in, and Jameson...
Oh my word!
Oh, that's a lovely delivery, and Jadeja seemed to lose sight of that one because it was on middle stump, and he seemed to fail to play a shot at the last minute, tried to jab down on it, and the ball passed over middle by a matter of inches.
No, it swung back into him, Gary.
Again there. What do you think of that there?
Well, it came back into him, and they've all been going across.
Yeah.
And that one was slightly a bit fuller and shaped into him. Crikey, that just missed the off stump.
He was very late on it, and it went over off rather than middle. But yes, had that taken middle stump, that would have been as fine a piece of bowling as you could see, because Jameson just has this ability to move the ball both ways at will, in the air and off the seam, and that goes through to the keeper. It's the end of a splendid over from Jameson. He helps himself to a maiden. He has the remarkable figures of 2 for 24 off 20. And you have their tweets. Nestle boy.
I do indeed. Let me have a look. Chris the Choir says, can't say I'm a fan of Bahrain Victorious as a team name either. Yeah, I know what you mean. National sponsorship is an escalation of when horses had names like Everest, Double Glazing, Snaffles. Farong just made it to the club. Interesting, walking past the local market. An elderly man, perhaps mid-60s, buzzed past me on his old Suzuki 80cc two-stroke, which he probably purchased as new 25 plus years ago. Throttle in one hand, cock in the other. And I'm assuming that you mean the animal variety, or if not,
maybe not.
That would have been interesting.
Here's Wagner again, and Richard
word.
Pant plays a reverse.
I don't know what that was.
It seemed to be a reverse pull, and he got it down to what would be third man, but looked like long leg. And again, there are so many orthodox shots you can play to that ball, which are likely to get you more than the one run, because the fielder did not have to move for that.
That's something you play on the beach.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of beach cricket.
Yeah, with a tennis ball and a tennis racket or something.
It's all well and good being unorthodox like this, but he's not actually scoring
quicker.
runs.
I know, that's the thing, isn't it? It's weird.
Wagner is in, and Jadeja, who's cramped for room again, and Wagner's beginning to get a bit of success from this, because I think that hit Jadeja, and the way he's walking around, I think it hurt him.
I think it caught him on the inside of the thigh, just where the pad, the thigh pad and the inner thigh pad aren't.
Yeah, it was halfway down, and Jadeja is mindful of the short leg that's in there. At the moment, he's playing this short-pitched stuff a little bit like Saywag, in the ball that's under the armpit. He doesn't really seem to have much of an answer to, because it's hard work keeping on getting that ball up into the armpit area. But Wagner's the man for it. This is a little offline, and Jadeja's able to leave in a slight camp style by sticking the bum out. But it goes through to PJ Watling, and there is no run.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable when it's actually online, but so many of them aren't online that he's not really having to play a lot of them. But as soon as he gets it in line, he got hit just before lunch, didn't he? He just pulled away and got hit in the chest.
Yeah. I mean, they'll have the analysts, and they'll go round, and they'll know that Jadeja and Ashwin both are susceptible to the short ball. Ashwin wore quite a few in Australia. Jadeja just lets that one go through down the leg side to BJ Watling. He showed great bravery because Ashwin wore a hell of a lot in some crucial innings in that extraordinary series win for India in the winter in Australia. But just because you're prepared to be hit by the ball doesn't make it any less painful, and doesn't make it any less effective a line for the bowlers to attack. Leads 106 as Wagner again is round the wicket. Again he's short. Again Jadeja is taken on the midriff, and Harvey Nichols does a little bit of a showy dive and catch there, short leg. There was never any possibility of glove or bat being involved, and there is no run.
Angelic Scooters doesn't like UAE Team Emirates either.
What are these? Are these cycling teams?
Pro cycling teams, yeah.
So the UAE and the bloody arseholes over in the Middle East have bung loads of money at this shit now, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we all know that the greatest name, which was corrupted a little later, was La Vie Claire.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best name and the best team jumpers. This is right down the leg side through to PJ Watling, end of the over. India 138 for 5, lead by 106. And those Piet Mondrian shirts, wow.
I've got visions of Bernardino climbing Alpduez in that La Vie Claire shirt, hand in hand with Greg LeMond.
Indeed.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
And then the next day he fucking attacked him. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Ravi Nair says, "Phew, thank you. I'm still very much middle-aged and refuse to be considered old. Yet, even though seemingly all of India calls me uncle."
Well, yeah.
It's a thing. It's the thing. Uncle's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah. My wife.
I remember one of the places I worked at, we had a builders in, and they were all Sikhs.
This is very full and flat-footed swipe by Rishabh Pant, and it goes all along the ground.
I think he got an underage on that. Hence, it went all along the ground.
Daisy cutter.
Yeah.
But these guys, I asked their names, and they just said, "Oh, uncle." So I was going around calling these builders uncle, all of them.
Speaking of age, I was at a play last week, and it was sort of late blooming romance that wasn't quite a romance between these two people. So break off as Jameson is in, and Pant again tries to play a kind of awkward paddle shot, misses the ball yet again, and it drops in front of him. And the woman in this, she's doing a Zumba class or something, and she says, "Well, you know, I've got to get on with these things. I'm 63." And I thought, "Oh yeah, you know, 63. Yeah, that's getting on a bit." Until I realised it's only 5 years older than I am now.
We all think we're young, Gary.
Nah, I'm still 35, Gary.
In my head, I'm still in my 20s, but you know, my body says no.
I was climbing up Woodridden Hill yesterday on my bike. I was pushing it, and I was thinking, "Yeah, I'm too old for this."
This is a defensive shot by Rishabh Pant, and would you believe it, the first authentic shot out of the Dennis Compton coaching manual brings him a run, his first for quite a while. He just dropped it, ran, and there was an attempted bit of football there from Devon Conway.
And if the foot had hit
the stumps, it might have been close.
It would have been out. It would have been about a couple of feet short if that had hit.
Let's have a look. Oh, he would have been, you know.
He was nowhere near it, but he didn't have time to reach down. It would have been a good bit of footy skills if he had hit the stumps.
Cristiano Ronaldo would have got it, but not Devon Conway. Are we due a change at the end of this over?
I reckon so.
As this ball is through to the keeper, and there is no run. It just bobbled up nicely for him, so he was able to sort of slightly take it on the volley, and he wasn't far off it. Would the World Test Championship be decided on a kicking down of the stumps as Rishabh Pant dived in? That'd be cool, amusing, and something that perhaps only Test cricket can serve up.
It's a really strange innings by Pant, this, isn't it? I mean, thoroughly entertaining, but
here's Jadeja, who's on strike. He drops the hands on that one from Jameson. It goes through to the keeper. I think Jadeja is playing Jameson at least as much on length as he is on line. Once he sees that ball as anything other than full, he knows he can drop the hands. He knows the ball is going to go over the stumps. But Jameson's given him plenty of width. He's playing on Jadeja's patience here. He's got an orthodox gully, and he's got Colin de Grandhomme almost in line at a kind of deep gully, and he's got a man at a deep point here. He wants Jadeja to have a slash at him, but instead he plays a lovely shot. Actually, he just puts foot to the ball and steers it between those men square on the offside, and there's a long retreat for Conway, and they're through for 3. Jadeja wins that little battle with Test cricket's leading bowler of the moment.
Indeed, it's time for a change.
I think I'm staying on, but you're going to hear some different voices now.
Gary, the next tweet is layers.
Right.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome to wrongly paraphrase. Who was it? David Frost? Who am I thinking of, Gary?
David Frost, you're right.
Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Well, I haven't seen much of the play to date, although I've been following it by various electronic means. And this game is still very much alive. The wickets that fell have reduced the one option of India setting New Zealand a target, you would have thought. Or, unless, of course, it was a completely unrealistic target with 20 overs to go. But India still have to be very watchful, and it seems like they are being watchful, because a clatter of wickets now, and they would probably lose.
Well, Jadeja's being watchful. Rishabh Pant is being uber Rishabh Pant. Well, even more so than normal.
Well, Jadeja it is who's facing up to Wagner, who's round the wicket to him, and a shorter ball, unsurprisingly, is just dropped into the offside by Jadeja. So, I didn't see... Did I see any of the wickets? No, I haven't seen any of the wickets today, so what have I missed in terms of wicket-taking balls?
You missed some excellent bowling from Kyle Jamieson, leading to some to a Virat Kohli poking at a ball he shouldn't have been poking at and nicking to the keeper.
As Wagner's in again, it's short, and Jadeja ducks underneath it. It was slightly down the leg side.
You missed a little cutter from Jamieson that Pujara thought was going to come into him and didn't, and then tried to leave it, and it still carried to slip. And then you saw Ajinkya Rahane
strangled.
Yes, strangled. Really off a ball that probably he should have hit before, down the leg side off Trent Bolt. You also missed Rishabh Pant being dropped at slip on 5.
Dear.
Simple drop.
There's Wagner again wide of the crease and round the wicket, and a shorter ball into the ribs of Jadeja, and he does manage to get on top of the ball and play it down into the leg side, but judging by Wagner's reaction, that could have been close to the short leg.
Straight over the head.
Side on view. Oh, it went over his head. Did it go down into the ground? Let's have a look from here. No, it went just past the helmet of the short leg fielder, who was ducking. Which
there are 2 players in a line separated by about 20 yards, and it dropped in the middle of the 2 of them.
Well, that will be Wagner will be looking for that again. Again, it's a short ball, and this time Jadeja ducks underneath it. How exactly does Wagner get away with bowling so many short balls?
Because very few of them are actually over the shoulder. He's very good at, because he's fairly skiddy and bowls with a slightly round arm. he's very good about getting them into the chest.
But the people who made that playing regulation, I don't think it's a law, would have, if you would have said to them, what's the problem that needs solving, they would say short balls. And if he has managed to get away with 6 short balls and over, as he's in now to Jadeja, he's got an outside edge, and it's taken by Watling, the only man behind the stumps, because there's no slips. But this one went across him. He just nibbled at it. He's got a thin edge through to the keeper, and well, the 6th wicket is down. Game very much on.
Beautifully set up by Neil Wagner. Jadeja had been looking to try and score some runs rather than ducking all of the short balls, and then he's got him on the back foot. Oh no, we're looking for a back foot no ball, which is how wide of the crease he's bowling, but no. Actually maybe.
No, it's where its foot lands.
Oh, it's where the foot lands.
Was well within.
Right. Okay. Yes.
As far as I remember, that's the regulation. Yeah. You look at that ball in isolation, you say that's just a nothing ball outside the off stump, and he's wafted at it and got a nick, or fended at it and got a nick. But you have to take it in conjunction with what's gone on before. And they were all short balls into the ribs.
It's just caught on the crease a little bit.
Thinking about playing it on the leg side, he's pushed one across him, and he's just got a little thin nick.
It's just extraordinary. Everyone knows what's coming from Neil Wagner. It's a 3-card trick he's been playing for 7 or 8 years in Test cricket, and they all seem to fall for it. But there you go.
He's very skillful at what he does.
Absolutely, he is, and I'm not going to deny him his wickets. It's just he just thinks somebody would have worked it out by now, but they haven't. Lee, fan with the raspberry pie, says, "I want Jadeja to make 50 and do a sword dance because it seems to annoy people." Well, that wish is gone. Brian Barry says, "I turned 40 in 2 months, and I only feel like that some of the time, mainly whenever I have to do anything above walking. That's why the most strenuous sport I play these days is mental gymnastics. Yes, I get most of my exercise jumping to conclusions, as everyone here knows." Farron says, you get called Mama as well, Ravi. Same for me in Bangladesh. And I'll just read one more before we introduce a new batsman. Thanks for the info. I haven't been able to see much of the AFL lately. This is James, and lost track of changes in recent years. Still trying to attempt to break the tie in the championship to get a clear winner, so my general point still applies. Well,
let's
the tie is still in play here.
Let's jingle up the new batsman.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey.
Ashwin it is, and this ball is right on the money by Wagner. He's back over the wicket, and that was full and straight, and Ashwin defended it well. He did pull away before his first ball, allowing Knuckle to get more of that jingle in. Somebody in the first innings, was it Ashwin or was it Jadeja, who kept pulling away when the bowler was about to start?
Jadeja pulled away. I think he clearly wasn't ready, and so pulled away to a ball that Tim Southey still actually let go of, I think, and hit the stumps.
But somebody did it a few times, as I recall hearing. At the risk of sounding like Gary, it's very much not on. The batsman is supposed to be